Good afternoon and welcome to this meeting of Angus Council. It's good to see you all. Hope you're all staying well within this difficult time. I wish to bring to your attention that we have had apologies from the Provost and the Deputy Provost. In accordance with provisions of Standing Order 7.1, I now invite nominations to chair today's meeting. Any nomination requires to be moved and seconded.
I would like to nominate Councillor Fairweather, please.
And I would like to second that, please, Margot.
Thank you. Do we have any other nominations? In that case, Councillor Fairweather, would you please chair today's meeting? But I would suggest before we go into the full meeting, we have a very short recess to advise you of the proceedings today and some of the aspects that may come up on board. Are you happy to have a short recess, Councillor Fairweather?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Chief Executive, can I ask a point of clarification here, please?
Go ahead, Councillor Boyd.
I'm surprised, and I'm wondering what the legal position is, where the leader of the council is also chairing the meeting. I would have thought that we have to have this done in a more democratic way, where the provost is meant to be neutral and is actually meant to be neutral from what the party he's joining. So I'm finding it a little strange how, in layman's terms, it's poachkeeper come gamekeeper type thing here. I'm surprised that the leader can be the one who can actually be the provost. This has never happened before. So can I take some legal advices on that?
Councillor Boyd, I'm happy to ask Jackie Buchanan to come in, but just to say to you that we do have provisions in Standing Order 7.1 to nominate a chair, and as Councillor Fairweather has been the only person nominated and seconded, therefore it is a democratic decision. But if you would like further information, I'm happy to pass over to Jackie Buchanan.
Thank you.
Just to follow on what the Chief Executive has said. I'll just wait until the sound's sorted. Just to confirm what the Chief Executive said, it's both legally competent and competent in standing orders for a situation to arise when the convener of council, which is the provost, and the vice convener, which is the deputy provost, are not there at the meeting. Then a democratic vote, or in turn, if there's only one nomination, an appointment is made in relation to that person, and that is the legal position.
Can I just ask something, Jackie, just very quickly there? It might be useful in that case for all members to be made aware before the start of a meeting that both the provost and the deputy provost is not available, so members can consider being able to actually either nominate or be willing to chair the meeting, because to be given that opportunity literally within seconds to spare isn't really good enough. I think it'd be better if members were advised before the meeting that they have that it will be someone else going to have to chair, and it's very unusual for both the provost and the deputy provost. And as I understand it, it's the second meeting in a row that both of them have been missing. So it would be useful on that basis that we're told a bit earlier so we can actually have time to consider nominations rather than on the hoof like this.
Yes, I totally agree with that. Let's make sure this doesn't happen the third time. And may I make the suggestion that just as per an amendment having to be in by 5 o'clock the night before, that would seem to be the precedent that's set. We need to be, especially for I just can't believe this is happening. But I know, Jackie, you have to deal with it as the law that is there. But this is unprecedented, and for it to be happening 2 in a row, I think we've got to make sure we try and tidy this up a little bit. And my suggestion is that we should all be aware of this maybe at 5 p.m. the night before this meeting. So as Councillor Cheap says, we don't get 30 seconds. And I couldn't have even raised I wasn't even given the opportunity to raise my hand. It went through so quickly. seems to be, in my case, orchestrated by the Angus Alliance. Thank you.
Yeah, dear. Can I come in there, please? Councillor Boyd, I get a bit fed up of you calling it the Angus Alliance. It's the Angus administration. It's not the Angus Alliance. This is just unfortunate circumstances, and I hope you take that as read.
Yes, I take that, and I just wanted to put on record, of course, that when this happened nearing the end of the last administration, I was extremely supportive of our provost, who actually died in things. So if we, of course, were informed of what was going on, then we wouldn't have to be making these comments. And if we then know from at 5 o'clock the night before, of course I would sympathise with anyone with ill health in the situation. But of course, with us not being told what's happening within the Angus Alliance, I'm sorry, I will keep on using the Angus Alliance. I'm entitled to use that name, Councillor Fairweather. You know, if we were informed of what was going on, we wouldn't have to be getting ourselves in this position. But it just shows that, as usual, the disarray that goes in under the Angus Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Your points are taken on board, and I hope your grandstanding is finished for the rest of the meeting. Can we move on, please? Jackie, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. It's just in response to the request that we in advance detail if a chair and vice chair are unavailable. That's not the provision in terms of standing orders, and it does happen on occasion that other committees that the chair is not available and it's not done in advance. That's not the provision.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, convener. Yes, I've just been listening to this. The members obviously have a concern about standing order 7.1. Let's take it to the governance MOG that's been set up.
Thank you, Councillor Cheap.
Thank you. That's Councillor Moore, well done. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. The governance is meant to be being looked at the moment. This is an ideal one that makes common sense to be reviewed and changed quite simply, and make things a lot more simple. We wouldn't have had this at the start of this meeting. And the point made by, I think, Councillor Boyd and myself was nothing to do with individuals themselves. It was the fact that nobody was told prior to this, and we could set something up properly. So ideal time with the more governance group to look at this and change it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cheap.
Councillor Fairweather, I suggested we had a short recess. Do you now want to move to that short recess, and as I hand over the chair to you?
Yes, please.
Okay, at this point, I would just ask officers.
So can we propose 5 minutes and everyone return?
I have a number of papers. I have a number of papers. Can we have 10 minutes, please?
Thank you.
Okay. If officers and councillors just want to stay in the meeting, and the recording will now stop. John?
That's it started.
Okay, apologies for absence.
Yes, convener. As previously intimated by the Chief Executive, there's apologies from the Provost and Deputy Provost.
As I said, it's been very unfortunate for the Provost and Deputy Provost, and I trust that all members are of the same opinion as me and wish them and their families well. Thank you. Declarations of interest. What I will say, our members are reminded that in the terms of the Councillors' Code of Conduct, it is their responsibility to make decisions about whether to declare an interest in any item on this agenda and whether to take part in any discussion or voting. Completed declarations of interest forms should be forwarded to Democratic Services. And if you could do that ASAP, please. Moving on, as members are aware, report number 223/20, item 20, has not been...
Sorry, are we going through the declarations, convener?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
If you wish to do that, I have no problem.
Yeah.
Any declarations?
Yeah, for the purposes of the recording as well. So Councillor Miles?
Councillor Miles first.
Yes, convener. I have a few declarations on items 5 and 6 and 21. As a member of Tayside Contracts, I declare a non-financial interest, but Council's representative, I will take part. And again, on items 5, 6 and 7 and 14, I am a member of the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership, and as far as 14, NHS board member, again appointment by the council. So I declare an interest, non-financial, but will take part. And on item 20, I've had correspondence from some of the parties on the Lochside issue. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, convener. Yes, items 7, 8 and 10. I'm a council appointed member of the IGB and Voluntary Action Angus, non-financial interests, and I'll stay in and discuss and vote if necessary. And could I ask Jackie Buchanan, please? I think we've all had communications around Lochside Leisure Centre. Do you want a separate declaration around that, even if no response has been given?
Jackie?
Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
If members have only received correspondence, there is no need for any declaration of interest to be made.
Thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Bell? Okay, we'll move to, let's see where we've got Councillor Devine.
Thanks, convener. Item 5, report 211/20. I have a specific exclusion as a council appointed board member of Angus Alive. I have no financial interest, so I'll stay and participate. However, in items 16 and 18, as a board member of Angus Alive, I will withdraw from this and not take part in any discussion in these two items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Duff.
Thanks, convener. Yeah, similar to Councillor Devine, I have a specific exclusion, item 5, report 211/20. I will stay in and participate in that one. Item 16 and 18, 224/20. I will leave the virtual meeting for 16 and 18 on advice.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, convener. The Tay Cuisine, I must declare an interest as I'm one of the conveners for the Tayside contracts.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Speed.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to declare an interest in items 7 and 14 as I'm a member of the Integration Joint Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cheap.
Yes, convener, I would like to declare an interest in item 20. I have engaged in communication on Lochside Leisure before the information came back from Jackie Buchanan on it, but I will still take part in the debate and vote.
Thank you, Councillor Cheap. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, convener. Like Councillor Miles, items 5, 6 and 21 as a member of Tayside Contracts on behalf of the council, and on 20, like Councillor Cheap, I have indulged in correspondence, but it is not the same issue as we are considering today. Therefore, I will stay in the meeting.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, convener. Similarly, as a board member of Tayside Contracts, I'll declare an interest in items 5, 6 and 21. It's a non-financial interest, so I will stay and take part.
Thank you. Councillor Durno.
Same as Beth, I'm Tayside Contracts as well, but I'll stay in the meeting as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have had correspondence regarding number 20. I've just sent back that it's noted. So whether that's a declaration of interest or not, right, I'll find out. Okay, is there any further declarations of interest? If not, I'll go right. My apologies. I will move to the next item.
Chair, it's the Director of Legal. Can I ask that members of the press are asked to confirm that there's no member of the public with them in terms of their access to this meeting, please? Press, please confirm.
John, could you unmute Graham Brown?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Hannah?
Yeah, I can confirm that.
And is the other one Rachel?
Yes, I can also confirm that.
Yeah, I'm not aware, Jackie, of any further members of the press being in the meeting. Is that correct, John?
Yes, there should be no other members of press in the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, be happy. As members are aware, report number 223/20, item 20, has not been sent to members in line with the required 3 clear days before the meeting. However, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 11(1)(7), as chair of this meeting, I determine that the matter be considered as a matter of urgency, as the report concerns the outcome of a court case brought against Angus Council, which outcome has significant implications for the Council. Council's consideration of the matter cannot be delayed until a later meeting of Council due to the time-critical nature of the decision-making required in terms of the report. It is proposed by officers as an exempt report, and I have agreed that. Can I also now advise members? There has been an ask for a deputation, a request from Mark Guild in relation to item 20, and ask the Council if they wish to hear the deputation. Prior to debating and determining if members wish to hear the deputation, I would like to ask the Director of Legal and Democratic Services to speak in relation to this item of business. Jackie, can you come in, please?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to provide members with legal advice in respect of this item. So that I can do that, can I please ask members to consider, in terms of Standing Order 28.2, that the public and press should be excluded so as to avoid disclosure of information which is exempt under paragraph 12. Can I ask members to confirm if they would wish to do that?
John, at this point, would you unmute, or all councillors would unmute themselves?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Could we now arrange for the press and public to be excluded, if that is agreed?
John, could you now stop recording, and the 3 members of press that are in the meeting and any members of public, which I don't think they are at the moment, could they leave the meeting, please, and go back and sit in the lobby?
That is the 4 of them admitted, and I've restarted recording now.
Okay, convener.
Thank you, Mr. Guild. Obviously, we took that in private, and we spoke to the members, and many members had their say, and their say was basically unanimous that we do not hear the deputation today. The reasons for that are, this is an exempt report. There is legal information in that report. There are implications for the council, and you are part of that legal process. It's not appropriate while you are concerned in this item. This would prejudice our members in any court case. To take the matter in public at this present time, we have been informed, is a breach, and that is a breach too far for our members. Mr. Guild, that does not mean to say that you will not be able to speak at a future date. All we are asking is that the delay will be until the court case is completed. You will have further opportunities to come before members. That is the reasons. Thank you. Okay, can we move on? Is Mr. Guild out of the meeting? Still see him.
I've moved him into the waiting room again.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make sure I've got notes in front of me, so I'm still making sure I'm trying to get things right. It's not particularly easy, so please bear with me. Okay, we will go to number 3, and that's the minutes of the council and committees. 1, minutes of council meetings are for approval, and so I submit for approval as a record the minute of the meeting of Angus Council of 12th of August 2020. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. And 2, minutes of committees, all for noting. I'm not going to read them all out. It's submit for information the minutes of the following meetings: B, C, D, E, and F. Are they agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move to number 4, and that's appointments. Number 1 is the Communities Committee. The council is asked to note that Councillor MacDonald will replace Councillor Bell on the Communities Committee, and as a consequence, Councillor MacDonald will now replace Councillor Bell on the Road Safety Member Officer Group. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, and number 2 is the Angus Joint Board. Members are advised that the chair and the vice chair of the joint board are due to change in October, with NHS Tayside appointing the chair and Angus Council appointing the vice chair. Consequently, the council is asked to appoint the vice chair from within council representation on the board, that being Councillors Bell, Miles and Speed. Can I ask for nominations, please? Councillor Miles.
Yes, convener. Councillor Speed has chaired the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership very well over the last 2 years. And I recommend that she takes the position of vice chair. This is common practice, and I would propose that Councillor Speed takes this vice chair post.
Okay, I'll not ask for a seconder yet, but because I've got Councillor Julie Bell.
Thanks, convener. I'd be very happy to support Councillor Speed's nomination to vice chair. I chair the audit committee, and I feel that suits my skill set really well. And I think Lois and I will work well as a team on this.
That's super. So you're going to second Councillor Miles.
If you need a seconder, I'm absolutely happy to do that.
Lovely. That's right. Super. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. In light of COVID-19, for item 5, So item 5 is the proposed revisions to the council's 2020-21 general fund revenue budget and final revenue budget documents. So in light of the COVID-19 and the proposed revisions to the budget, I would propose to allow members under Standing Order 17(2) additional time to speak on the matter. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Can I just also say it is only for this item? So you not go on, I think you can speak for as long as you want on other items. Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Angus McMillan Douglas to take the floor on this particular item?
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Convener, I have my hand up.
Oh.
Sorry, Councillor Salmon, yes?
Yes, can I just give notice of an amendment, please?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Convener, can I give you a notice on amendment too?
Yes, you can. Councillor McLaren?
Not at this moment.
Okay, put your hand down, please. Thank you. Okay, yes.
I will circulate both these motions to members by email. Amendments, sorry.
That's fine. Thank you for that, Fiona. Okay, I'll go back to Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. As you have just said, the council paper for item 5 outlines the main proposed revisions to our 2020-2021 General Fund revenue budget. We consider these changes to be necessary as a result of the health measures introduced to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, which have made our February budget undeliverable. I just want to set the context of this budget. Because of the Scottish Government adding over many years more duties for Angus Council to carry out, combined with consistent underfunding of the Council, we have been subject to a relentless financial squeeze. We are all aware of this. Indeed, a respected former finance convener of this Council welcomed us to office by saying the money has run out, and in many ways he was right. However, since spring 2017, we have managed to save some £62 million from the Council's annual budget. This takes account of projected savings also over the next 2 years. This is a remarkable achievement. It is like somebody earning £20,000 a year having their income cut to just over £15,000 a year and still having to carry out the same duties. In addition to balancing our budget in these very difficult times, we have protected our main services for the people of Angus and have built up some 8.1 million in uncommitted reserves. We understand that we have made Angus Council's finances more robust than those of many councils in Scotland. This has allowed our citizens to enjoy the second lowest council tax rate in mainland Scotland, while key services have been protected. And particularly this year, our financial strength has allowed the Council to introduce a variety of measures to protect our citizens against COVID-19. For example, the Heart Centre, which did such wonderful work for people who at one stage may have been vulnerable in the community, the council tax relief, the council rent relief, and many other things, some of which I will come to. We should not underestimate how much our prudent management has allowed our council to rise to the COVID-19 challenge. Well-meaning words are only useful to people for a short time, unless they are backed up with the financial strength to provide practical support. We have built up reserves for a rainy day, so it is not unreasonable to use part of them now. I want to go into the main changes in the budget compared to last February. Service budgets overall are now projected to have a deficit of £10.9 million when compared with the original budget for this year. This is mainly due to cost increases in schools and learning and in infrastructure. Schools and learning excess costs were caused by the Scottish Government's requirement for us to take on more teachers and support staff, changing government policy on social distancing in schools and in school transport, changing government policy on school cleaning, and in the provision of IT equipment to allow for the policy of blended teaching. Angus Council has followed government policy as it has changed and is delivering it in full. This has led to estimated increased schools and learning costs for this year of 5.5 million, of which the government is committed to fund 2.9 million, leaving Angus Council to find 2.6 million. So far as infrastructure is concerned, there are estimated excess costs of 3.2 million for this year against the original budget. The main cause of this arises from our policy of supporting Tayside contracts through the lockdown in order to protect service provision and in order to protect jobs, when much of their work, particularly on road repair, could not be delivered. Angus is a rural county, and it depends on road transport for business and social contacts. Therefore, we shall carry out road repairs and accept that we shall have to pay for them. There are corporate budget impacts of COVID leading to a further deficit for this year of 0.6 million. You will have seen in Table 5 that loan costs are actually projected to reduce by 0.6 million. This is due to capital projects falling back into the 2021-2022 financial year as a result of the COVID lockdown and of social distancing. We are doing all we can to get these contracts up and running as soon as possible, both because of the social benefits of the projects and because we are determined to promote our Angus Economic Recovery Programme by providing work in the county and using local labour wherever possible. You will also see from the paper that the loan cost reductions are more than offset by increased provision for delays in council tax receipts, especially if the local economy falters, and a general catch-all provision against unforeseen issues. We believe these are examples of prudent budgeting. There is a projected reduction in the change programme savings for this year against those outlined in the February budget, and this reduction is £1.4 million. This is mainly due to key staff being diverted from change projects to deal with Angus Council's COVID response. Within this, it is assumed that Angus Health and Social Care change programme will be deliverable due to the considerable efficiencies made in the partnership. It is right to note that Angus Health and Social Care Partnership has established a reserves position of 8.5 million, which is outstanding. We also have confidence in the partnership being able to deliver its change programme savings due to the Scottish Government's Public Committee to fund additional costs attributable to these partnerships across Scotland. I would like to commend the interim CEO of our partnerships, Gail Smith, and her team, its chair, Councillor Speed, and Angus Council's representative on the NHS Tayside board, Councillor Miles, for the exceptional work they have done throughout this pandemic in providing enhanced services whilst controlling costs. The saving budgeted for in February of £458,000 in management fee paid by Angus Council to Angus Alive is now considered undeliverable and is therefore written off for this year. Angus Alive is being severely affected by COVID-19 measures, as many of its recreational activities, for example, swimming pools, gyms, etc., are only just reopening, having been locked down since March. Even now, it is unclear what proportion of its former customers will return to these activities once they are permitted to do so. These activities provide just over half of Angus Council Alive's normal income, so the return of fee-paying customers is vital for the charity. In view of this, Angus Council and Angus Alive are conducting a joint review of its activities and its financial position. See agenda item 16. Recommendations from this review will be formulated as the trading position of recreational organisations like Angus Alive become clearer. The recommendations will then be submitted to Angus Council for decision making. In the meantime, Angus Council will hold aside the 458,000 referred to above. This would only be paid to Angus Alive if agreed to by the Council. Therefore, the overall increase in costs for this year against those in our February 2020 budget is 13.2 million, as stated in the paper. The likely final increased UK government and Scottish government funding for this year due to COVID is estimated at 9.5 million. That figure actually changed within the last 48 hours. Therefore, the gap between the increased costs and the increased income is 3.7 million. How do we bridge that gap? We are proposing to take 3.435 million from our uncommitted general reserve fund, and the balance from unused money in the early learning budget. This, in fact, would leave us with an additional sum. I'm carefully not calling it a surplus, because it's hardly a surplus if you use your reserves. But anyway, it would leave us with an additional sum of 0.9 million for this year. I just want to look at the effect on Angus Council reserves if we adopt this solution to the additional COVID-19 costs. If we do this, we will have used all our 3.435 originally uncommitted reserves, but we will retain 4.88 million in our contingency reserve. In addition, we have generated 2.5 million set aside for our reserve programme. This would bring us to 7.4 million pounds after accounting for the additional COVID measures. If we include in this the 0.9 million COVID contingency reserve, then we come back broadly to the same figure that we had in February. But unless Mr. Lorimer and I appear to be magicians, I should of course point out that had we not had COVID, we would have added some 3 million to our reserves. So I think we are still in a strong reserve, we would still be in a strong reserve position, but not as strong, of course, as if COVID had not happened. We also must be aware that next year is likely to present another challenging budget. I now want to come to our Angus Economic Recovery Programme. As we all know, supporting the Angus economy and its recovery from the impacts of the pandemic is crucial, and the Council has a role here, both as a facilitator and as a major employer. Our powers here are limited, but among the measures the Council has taken in the last 6 months, or is intending to take in the months ahead, are: we have paid suppliers and contractors earlier than contractually required. We have implemented a key supplier support arrangement, which has provided funding to key suppliers even when their services have not been required or could not be provided. We have prioritised the processing of business support grants, I think about 21 million pounds of them. We have provided flexibility on rental payments to our commercial tenants. We have provided funding support to Tayside Contracts as a major employer in the area to allow them to retain and pay their staff. We are now restarting our general fund and housing capital programmes delayed by the health measures, including investing additional resources in our roads and property budgets, the spending power of which had been eroded by supplier support payments earlier in the year. That's a very, very important provision, both for the good of the services we're providing in Angus, but also if we can, of course, always paying regard to the law, get a lot of local people involved in providing these services. We will continue to encourage and promote contract opportunities for local businesses through direct engagement and, where legally permissible, by seeking to increase the use of local contractors in our capital and revenue projects. We are prioritizing necessary projects where government money is available to allow a prompt start to the work. We continue to pursue vigorously the conclusion of the Tay Cities deal. We have engaged extensively with local businesses through our economic development team. And most importantly, we are very grateful to the local business leaders who have given up their time to advise the administration on its Angus Economic Recovery Programme, and have also helped with other advice on how we can help the Angus economy. This advice from people who have proven success in developing businesses and jobs is completely invaluable. So in conclusion, 1, we have faced a challenging situation, and huge thanks to my colleagues and to officers for the way they have handled this. I think it's been quite brilliant. We have balanced our budget whilst maintaining reserves. We are protecting services for our citizens, and we are doing what we can to assist the Angus economy by way of our Angus Economic Recovery Programme. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Macmillan Douglas. I would normally just come in and say that I would second that, but we have an amendment from Councillor Salmond. It's all right, Councillor Hands, I see your hand. But I've also got Councillor Hands that wants to come in. Councillor Hands.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to say I haven't been able to read the emails whilst people have been, whilst Councillor Macmillan Douglas has been talking. Can I ask for a recess so that I have a chance to access the amendments that other members have been able to read?
Yes, I'm quite sure we can do that. How long will you need, Councillor Hands?
Probably a couple of minutes, I don't know.
Okay, 5 minutes.
5, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, short recess till Councillor Hands has read the papers or the amendments.
John, can we stop recording just now?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
That's it, recording now.
Rena, before we proceed, I must record that I find this very unsatisfactory way of getting amendments. If I didn't happen to have my own personal computer on, where I'm able to forward these amendments to my own computer and show them up on the screen and then print them off, I would be at a severe disadvantage in reading these things while having a Zoom meeting up. I just want to have that recorded, please.
Point taken, Councillor King. Councillor McLaren, you wish to declare an interest in this item?
Yes, having read Councillor Salmon's amendment, I declare an interest in this item. As I have a business on the High Street, I therefore will not take part and will not take part in any voting and withdraw from the meeting.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor McLaren. I'm going to go to Councillor Salmon. Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please, Convener. I'll just begin. I'm actually delighted that Councillor Duff and myself seem to be on the same page here, though I just like to go a little bit further in other areas. So I'm hoping that once we've both spoken, since we are very closely together on this, that we can actually unite behind my fuller amendment. So I'm not sure if the press have actually been given the amendment, so I'll just read out so that everybody's aware what I'm going to speak to. So number 1 would be to agree that charges in Angus Council pay to park car parks remain suspended until the end of this financial year, 31st of March 2021. 2, agree that A, the parking member officers group's remit be extended to review on and off-street parking in Angus. And B, that the findings of the Scrutiny and Audit Committee review into parking be applied in respect of that review. 3, agree that the Director of Infrastructure brings a report to the next Communities Committee asking for vacancies on the parking MOG to be filled, noting the new extended remit of the parking MOG and providing a time frame for implementation of the review of on and off-street parking in Angus. And 4, agree that all pay to park permit holders be refunded any credit balances on their permit. I'll just begin to speak to my amendment. The effects of COVID-19 virus have meant major rethinks to our way of life and how business is done all over the world. No country or business, big or small, is immune in having to review the way business is carried out. This council is no different. Supporting our economy and securing as many jobs as possible in Angus must be one of this council's top priorities, along with supporting the health of our communities during this crisis. Officers rightly took the decision to suspend pay to park in Angus at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this was welcomed by Angus residents. Other councils in Scotland have already restarted their pay to park charges. A decision on whether we do the same must be made by Angus Council as part of this budget reset. The administration have heard the views of Angus retailers during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we fully agree that our Angus town centres need to be given breathing space to encourage customers away from online shopping and back into Angus high streets. I was extremely impressed by the constructive and professional way that a group of Forfar retailers engaged with Angus Council officers and elected members recently to press home their points on how further changes should be made to pay to park in Angus. I'd like to thank them for engaging with us all. None of us know how long the economic effects of COVID-19 are going to continue to impact negatively on Angus high streets. Therefore, today, the administration group are asking full council to agree that pay to park charges in Angus are suspended until the end of this financial year, the 31st of March 2021. I have spoken with the Director of Infrastructure and Director of Finance as per standing orders, and the costs of my proposals will be £238,000, which will be funded from the COVID-19 contingency. Officers advise me this is financially competent, but the final decision will lie with the convener of today's meeting. This will give all Angus retailers the confidence to plan ahead and focus on Christmas 2020, knowing that all our car parks will be free. The current and predicted economic effects of COVID-19 on the Angus economy mean it is essential that this council push the reset button on pay to park in Angus and agree to carry out a full review of on and off street parking and make an evidence-based decision on whether pay to park has a future in Angus. If charges are reintroduced, we must identify the best model to create a balance of income for the council while achieving sustainable town centres in Angus. If we don't reintroduce parking charges, we must be truthful with our residents about the cuts to services we may have to make to compensate for the lost parking income. I now want to address why I believe we need to reconvene the parking MOG and allow it to carry out a full review of on and off-street parking in Angus. Excuse the pun here, but I believe this is the best vehicle to allow members and officers to carry out the conversation with businesses and residents of Angus to create an evidence-based approach to help all councillors reach a conclusion whether pay to park should continue in Angus or be removed completely. The council has 2 years of its own parking data available to be used as part of any analysis of the different options that may be identified for consideration, rather than the anecdotal data provided by our previous parking consultant. When I took over as convener of communities, I inherited the current pay to park scheme from the previous convener and vice convener who oversaw its introduction. Over the last few years, Councillor Stewart and myself with the support of colleagues, have taken a scalpel to the rough edges we inherited, making it a far better offering, but to be honest, it's still unpopular. I want the MOG to start with a blank sheet of paper and use the findings of the Audit and Scrutiny Review on parking to shape the way the MOG creates a new business plan, showing different options with robust calculations of income for each option, and also fully involving Angus Council's Economic Development Department as a member of the MOG, along with other relevant officers. This process will also involve engaging with our businesses, residents, and any other interested parties. Over the last few years, many suggestions have been given on how residents and businesses believe that parking could have been implemented differently, from 1 hour free to 2 hours free, cheaper permits, residence permits, £1 per day, £2 per day, the list goes on. All of the above and any new proposals can be considered and costed when the MOG looks at the different options and has a conversation with the community of Angus. While I'm extremely reluctant to prejudge any options that the MOG may bring forward for consideration, unfortunately on past experience regarding misinformation, I want to express one point and make it extremely clear. While I would hope that the MOG would agree to a review of the free 30-minute on-street parking and determine if 45 minutes or 60 minutes would be more appropriate, as part of a conversation with the retailers and residents, the administration's group position is that all on-street parking spaces, that is, on our high streets and town centres, will remain free from parking charges moving forward, and we will not agree to any proposals which move away from that position. Increasing the length of time would be the only area up for discussion. My final part is to reimburse the permit holders who are currently awaiting a refund for their unused days and months which were prepaid. I would like to thank our permit holders for their support, as I always believe this was the best value and simplest way of paying to park in Angus. Permits are another area I personally believe should be reviewed by the MOG. The £260 annual costs need to be reduced greatly to create a more economic digital way of paying to park in Angus. These are just a few areas I believe should be part of the review, but members of the MOG can finalise its remit. Just to wind up, my proposal today gives certainty to our town centres that parking remains free until the 31st of March 2021, which is the end of Angus Council's financial year, and creates the breathing space to allow a full review to be carried out on whether parking charges should be reintroduced in April next year. I would ask all colleagues to support the amendment, and I'm hoping I can reach agreement with Councillor Duff on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salmond. I see Councillor McMillan Douglas has his hand up.
My apologies. Can I ask Councillor McMillan Douglas to accept my amendment as part of his paper, please? Report.
I'm about to ask the same.
Sorry.
Councillor Salmond took the words out of my mouth. I very much like to accept Councillor Salmond's amendment and incorporate that into the motion I put forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Vaughan.
Sorry, Leader, do you not want to bring in Councillor Duff first, just on the on his motion being sustainable?
Councillor Vaughan, but I'm quite happy to bring in Councillor Duff.
Okay, I'll come in after him.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duff. You're muted, Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And I'd like to thank Councillor Salmond for his amendment, and I think to his thought of reinvigorating or restarting the parking MOG. Obviously, as members will be aware, I chaired the Scrutiny and Audit Review of parking, and I think that was a useful exercise in illustrating some of the things that possibly went wrong. And as members will be aware, for probably the last year, the SNP has been a very strong critic of parking charges, and we have had several goes at trying to talk some sort of sense into the administration. Up till now, with a bit of a failure, I have to be honest. But yes, I am happy to acknowledge that Councillor Salmond has had done a U-turn on the road to whatever it is, and I'm pleased to see what he says. He's rightly saying that COVID-19 has given our high streets, our retailers, and our hospitality industries a huge blow. And we've seen nationally when Marks and Spencer's, Pret-a-Manger, Debenhams are paying people off. Our high streets don't have companies of that strength. We've a lot of very small companies with really just providing a living for their owners and families. And I think delaying parking charges until the next financial year is a very sensible step. I totally agree with that. And I think we need to sit down as a council and look at the whole situation and agree what's the best way forward. So I'd be very happy to second Councillor Salmond here, if he would be happy for me to second him.
I would be extremely happy, Councillor Duff, to allow you to second me, and if we can get this agreement, I'd like to meet with yourself and Councillor Devine as soon as possible, just to discuss how we move forward with the MOG.
Yeah, I think that would be very acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I would just like to say that COVID-19 has been a game changer here, and yeah, and a reality check for a lot of us regarding how we can help our businesses. Councillor Vaughan, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Leader. I would just like to agree with Angus McMillan Douglas on his motion here. And as we've said many a time, I think due thanks has to go to Ian Lorimer and his team, and also our finance convener, who's worked extremely hard with the finance team over the last 5 months, and which has been an extremely hard situation and challenging, every day challenging on our budget. But Ian, I have a couple of questions for Mr. Lorimer, if you don't mind. I would just like to clarify, or could you clarify that we have received our share, or at least aware now of exactly the amount of money we will be receiving from the Scottish Government as part of the COVID rescue package, if you want to call it that. And secondly, we've had many discussions over the last few weeks and months, but specifically on Angus Alive and Angus IGB. And you've noted in your table at the end of the report under risks and uncertainties on page 50, are you comfortable that they can ride the storm should it last for another 6 months or even a year? And what is the timescale you expect them to be able to cope without major money injection going forward? A hard question, I do understand that, but this is one that does concern me greatly. I would also just like to say before Ian answers these questions, or hopefully tries to answer some of these questions for us, I support Councillor Salmond's amendment. I would just like to raise to the Council, to my colleagues here, fellow councillors, that whilst I agree with this, I would also like to just state that 238,000 loss of income on this parking is a huge sum of money, and to put it into context, it would manage to employ our social work department with 6.5 social care officers and 4 qualified social workers. I do agree with the car parking suspension, but I just wanted to highlight that fact. Could I ask Mr. Lorimer to answer these questions, please?
Mr. Lorimer. Thank you, Convener, and thanks Councillor Vaughan for those questions. The first question was in relation to the Scottish Government money. We've got a confirmation of most of that that's in the table in the report, but there's a couple of further items, one in relation to 20 million nationally for PPE and various other things. We've made an estimate in the report of how much we think we'll get from that, but we don't have absolute confirmation yet. I'm told that that will be with us in the next few days. Similarly, there's some, again in the same table, 30 million nationally. We've made an assumption of our share in relation to that. Again, we don't have confirmation yet of what that will be, but we expect to have that pretty soon. So we've taken what we think is a reasonable estimate of those shares based on past trends and what we know our share would normally be. So I'm pretty comfortable that that's the assumptions there are reasonable. To the harder question, I think in relation to our partners in Angus Health Social Care Partnership and Angus Alive, The Health and Social Care Partnership, as the report indicates, are under significant pressure. I know that the board, the Angus IGB, have received reports, regular reports on the financial impact of COVID, and we're in regular conversation with the officers of the Health and Social Care Partnership. We do think that the assumptions we're making for 2021 budget purposes are reasonable. I think we can manage the position in the current year. As for next year, that is a different proposition entirely, and we need to build in the risks that Councillor Vaughan is referred to into our budget planning. So that's we've got enough, I guess, confidence in where we are right now based on the information that we have. But next year is a different prospect, and we will get into that as part of our budget setting for next year. Similarly, in terms of Angus Alive, that is a different set of circumstances. We also have again made some assumptions within the report in relation to that. The later report on the agenda also makes a number of proposals in terms of how to manage the position for Angus Alive. That includes flexibility in terms of cash flow, flexibility in terms of their savings assumptions that we previously asked when we set the budget in February, and also ongoing support from my team. We will have to keep that in very close review, and we're working very closely with Angus Alive, Chief Executive, and her team to make sure that we can manage that process through. But the report later on the agenda is actually quite an important one in terms of being able to do that, and members have picked up there's a number of proposals to help manage the position on a going concern basis, which gives some confidence that we'll be able to work that through. We are, again, as is alluded to in the report, waiting on some information about a possible income support scheme in Scotland. Don't have any details on that yet, but if and when that happens, that would also help both the council's position and I would hope the position of Angus Alive. So it's a very, very difficult situation for everyone, but we have, I think, pretty good plans and robust plans in terms of how we manage that. So hopefully that answers the questions that have been raised, Convener.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Lorimer. Answers my questions.
Thank you. Can I go to Councillor Boyd?
Unmute. Right. Yes, I am scrubbing down as I was waiting there. This is very good news to see the Angus Alliance doing a U-turn on car parking charges. I personally would have preferred to have preferred Councillor Duff's amendment, as this would have allowed us, the marginalised real independents within Angus Council, to have brought forward an alternative budget proposal. We may still do that again, as we did last year, where we asked for all of them to be scrapped moving forward. And we had, at that point in time, a financially not competent budget because it had been passed by the officers at that point in time as well. But we're moving in the right direction. And as I'm saying, it's good to see that we have at least suspended them all, everyone, both off and on, until till April. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. The Angus administration takes note. Thank you. Councillor Braze.
Yes, thank you. As per usual, Councillor Macmillan Douglas misses no opportunity to have a political pot at the Scottish Government. You know, we get a bit sick really of all his attempts at political point scoring, to be frank. But I would like to point out to him that there is far more tax raised in Scotland and sent to the London Treasury than we ever get back as a block grant to the Scottish Government. And the rest of the money that goes down there is squandered on imperial vanity projects in the southeast of England and further there too. Getting a bit fed up hearing of it, and so is the rest of Scotland.
Thank you, Councillor Braze. Can I just say politicians do make political points. In fact, I get a bit fed up as well, because I used to hear them in the chamber something like some of them coming from yourself. But your points are noted. Who have we got now? Councillor Braden Davey.
Thank you. I'll address the car parking and the wider budget. And I did also enjoy Councillor Bray saying we shouldn't score political points and then went on to score a political point. I did think that was quite funny. But apart from that, on the car parking, it is good news that we will continue to suspend parking charges. And it's partly possible because of the prudent management of Angus Council's finances. And it's a fantastic improvement upon previous proposals, which kept charges in some towns and abolished in others. Our towns and high streets are suffering, and all councillors did agree charges under a very different circumstance. I do welcome this change. I would like us to go further, but I do welcome this development. And I would like to say, we now say to people looking to shop, looking to enjoy their time, if this goes through, come to Angus, park for free, a huge competitive advantage compared to Dundee. Let's keep our money in Angus, support jobs, facilitate further social distancing, and do everything within our powers to support local jobs. So I just do mention I support the amendment, but on the wider budget, I would like to express, I suppose, my sadness that we're in such a tough position, but we must take action. We've managed our finances better than previously and have built up reserves prudently. This is despite huge and substantial cuts in Angus Council's funding, and our reserves are there for times of stress, and now it is time to use them. And we can all remember previous attempts to spend more of our Angus reserves over the last 3 years, and these were wisely rejected, which allows us sensible action now to protect our services at times of crisis. So I'm pleased to see additional money put aside to prepare for unexpected demands. Households do this, and so should we. And whilst my colleagues have covered many of the broader points, I would just like to delve into some of the finer ones, especially on the home working initiative. It's great to see Angus Council employees and councillors ourselves adapt to it, and it's seen a £300,000 cut in our energy costs and £100,000 cut in subsistence claims, and that's only over the short term. It's almost £500,000 saved by moving to remote working, not to mention staff and public improvements in quality of life, a real terms increase in staff's disposable income as they save on commuting, and allowing more communities to access these jobs. So I hope in Angus we can continue to do this as an option for those that wish to use it. I also note in 5.15 the additional 458,000 for Angus Alive. And I would just say we don't know the situation with Angus Alive and how many will return to services at our gyms or leisure centres. And it would be, in my opinion, as well wrong to launch first into reviews. And I would like to reiterate that we should make sure our leisure facilities and gyms remain open. Something I wrote to Nicola Sturgeon on after being contacted by Angus gym owners. So many jobs and livelihoods depend on this sector. And it's been a travesty for so many across Angus that gyms have remained closed for so long. And they're so vital in so many other areas as well, and mental health. My final note is on 5.18. It's clear to see that most of the additional support comes from additional UK government funding and Barnett consequentials as written in the report. However, Angus has often been left waiting and waiting for the Scottish Government to confirm where the money will go. And we even heard earlier today, we're still not quite sure. It was held up until we depleted reserves, and Angus Council is often held over a barrel by Edinburgh. So it's pleasing to see that this may no longer be the issue, with plans for UK government funding to go directly to local authorities like us in Scotland. So I do welcome this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Sturrock.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I'd just like to make a comment on part of what Councillor McMillan Douglas has already sort of touched upon. I welcome this report and acknowledge the achievement of the officers in preparing a moment-in-time report underlining the COVID-19 detrimental budgetary effects. My comments will relate to pages 46 to 49, bridging of the funding gap. Tables 8 and 9 on page 45 indicate a revenue impact of 13.176 million, with governmental funding of 9.476 million. A funding gap of 3.7 million is therefore realised. Three options are presented as possible measures in mitigating the funding gap. One, generally acceptable, having little or no impact upon service delivery. Table 10 on page 47 refers, indicates 4.601 millions of savings. Within these savings, a surplus of 0.901 million is available as a contingency for the current budget period. And I note the offset for the car parking charges out within this surplus, and any residue to be carried forward to the 21-22 budget. Number 2, potentially acceptable. With some impact on service delivery, there is the proviso, however, that the measures can be revisited as a fallback if conditions warrant. Number 3, impact on service delivery sustainability. The mitigation measures have not been assessed and therefore difficult to fiscally quantify. As said earlier, this budget reappraisal reflects a moment in time, this moment in time. However, as we remain in an uncertain fiscal climate, will COVID-19 degrade the current budget position further? Will further government become available, such as the loss of income scheme currently being discussed? With the administration's fiscal governance credentials proven, and even with a possible 8 million reserve carry forward to 21-22, maintaining a robust and sustainable budget position remains an administration imperative in ensuring the viability in providing the vital services that Angus residents expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sturrock. I had Councillor Miles.
Yes, convener. I also welcome this budget review. The pandemic has created so many unforeseen consequences that it had to be addressed in budgetary form to see how we could move forward and make sure we stayed on the right side of our financial position. Also welcome the recognition of the partner agency support with the Health and Social Care Partnership and NHS, as none of us do anything in a vacuum, and it's joint partnership working that's helped us get through that, and in a lot of ways has been seen as an exemplar by the Scottish Government and others in how to operate in these difficult circumstances. As far as the parking charges are concerned, I welcome again the review that's coming forward. And just to clarify for Councillor Boyd, who doesn't seem to get it right, there has been no on-street car parking charges. There never was on-street car parking charges. There's only a limited time there, and that was very welcomed by most people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, convener. Yes, if we can start by a point of information, the Office of National Statistics last year published figures of income tax collected and the grant per capita issued to the regions. In Scotland, just over 3,000 was collected in income tax and just over 13,000 per capita was sent to Scotland. I don't know how that's negative, however, I think that is politics. Over to the report, in Table 8, we are referred to a council tax reduction scheme, expected share to be confirmed, and I would wonder if Mr. Lorimer can tell us whether that has been confirmed. And in section 10, we are referring to the risks and uncertainties, and I just wonder whether Tayside contracts shouldn't be in there, considering how we've helped them out during the pandemic.
Thank you. Mr. Lorimer, can you come in?
Yep, thank you, convener. Thanks, Councillor Moore, for the questions. The council tax reduction scheme, there will be a paper, I think, coming to Causal leaders later this month on a proposal around distribution for that, and that would then confirm our exact share. Will be based almost certainly on caseload and income losses associated with council tax reduction, but that's still to be confirmed, but that's certainly the basis on which the grant is distributed at the moment. And we will get a confirmation of what our exact figure is shortly thereafter. I think we've assumed $500,000 at the moment. Again, I think that's reasonable based on previous trends. The second question was about Tayside contracts. We've mentioned within the section in the report about the need to review and that reconciliation work with Tayside contracts is currently underway. I think the fact that the council, all three councils in the Tayside area have supported Tayside contracts with the standby payments, that puts the organisation in a better place financially than would have been the case. Tayside contracts have also been able to access the coronavirus job retention scheme for some of their staff. So the financial damage to Tayside contracts has been limited by those actions. And essentially now that schools are back and now that roadworks, etc., are back, Tayside contracts is back and operational again. The proposals in the report to effectively make up the kind of loss of spending power caused by the standby payments effectively make sure there's the funding and the money to pay for the works in the months ahead. So there's no area of this budget that doesn't carry some risk, be it Tayside contracts, be it any of our other partners. But I think we've been able to manage that risk, and we're in a position to respond to any further risks which might come forward in the next few months. Thank you.
Does that help, Councillor Moore?
It does. Thank you very much, Mr. Lorimer.
Thank you. I actually saw Councillor MacDonald's hand up, but it seems to have disappeared from my screen. Councillor MacDonald, do you want to speak?
No, thank you. It's been covered.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillor Hands.
Yeah, it was just to come back to comments that both Councillor McMillan Douglas and Councillor mentioned, and I'm going to refer to facts and not political point scoring. But remember, when we originally set this budget on the 27th of February, there hadn't been a UK budget, and Scottish councils and the Scottish Government had expressed to the Treasury that we needed information because we were bound by law to set local council budgets in Scotland. And I noted in the paper that in March, prior to COVID, we were notified of both additional capital and revenue spend. So that is not unusual for slight delays in budgets to come through from whatever government that is responsible for the budget, for us to know exactly what the amounts of money are. So I think, given that we're in the midst of this pandemic, I think we could be a little bit more thoughtful in terms of it's taken quite a bit of time for some money to filter through. It will come through. We will know we get it, but that is just what the reality of what we're dealing with, and it's not unique to the Scottish Government.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hands. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, convener. I mean, obviously, my previous remarks were very much around the parking amendment, which obviously I had prepared for an amendment there. Yeah, I would just like to say I think the paper, it's an extremely good paper. I think it takes us through all the issues very well. I think at the end of the day, we've got more or less the amount of money in from government that we needed. Not quite, it's more or less, what is it, 8 million spent and 10 million spent and 8 million in. So it's pretty close. We're using some reserves. What are reserves for? Reserves are for unexpected events, and COVID-19 is an unexpected event. It's a 1 in 100 year pandemic. So that's what reserves are for. So I think it was a good paper. It's been well put together, and I would have said more if I'd had more time. I think Councillor Moore maybe wants to check some of these numbers because I don't think they're correct. I think Councillor Brays had the correct information there. I think the other point that's well worth making is that we all know how the money has come from the south. It's because either the Bank of England has created the money, quantitative easing, which has been used to support a lot of the loans, or it is borrowing the money, and that's where the money is coming from. It isn't coming from a bag underneath the Chancellor's desk. And if Scotland was an independent country, it could also borrow money and it could also create money. So I think we know where the money is coming from. It's not coming from savings from the UK government, because we know the UK government has no reserves. It has got a national debt of £2 trillion. So let's just remember some of those facts.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. I must say, I wish I had a bag under my desk or under my bed, but I don't. Are there any further comments or any further amendments? Okay, I've already said that I was happy to second this. Councillor McMillan Douglas, do you want to sum up? He's not going to the moon. Councillor McMillan Douglas,
I'm so sorry, I was bounced out of Zoom at the moment you asked me a question. Are you asking me to sum up,
yes,
Chair?
yes, please.
Yeah. Well, I think it can be very short because I just want to thank colleagues for their support for the budget and for everything that they put into the budget over the last number of months, and certainly support officers, of course, who have done a massive amount of work on this. I think we've worked our way to quite a sensible state, although next year, of course, will have its own challenges, I'm sure. Just my final comment was going to be, we really do take very, very seriously the Angus Economic Recovery Programme. And it's within that context that I hugely welcome this cooperation on car parking charges, because when you're facing the challenges that virtually every business, well, a very large number of businesses are facing, then all rules change. And so this seems to be a very sensible and deep cooperation, and I strongly support that. And I'm glad it got tagged onto the budget. So thank you very much, Chair. I have nothing more to say than that.
Okay, thank you. As I said, I was happy to second this report, and I also thank all the work of the officers and members to put together this very difficult budget. You've got the recommendations. What I will add is, and that will be with Councillor Salmon's amendment, which was seconded by Councillor Duff. So the recommendations: A is notes, B notes, C notes, D notes, E approves, F approves, G approves, H approves, I approves, and J notes. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 6. And that's the 2020-21 final capital budget general fund. The reports by the Director of Finance. Do we have any questions? No, any comments? No. Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, convener. It's actually a question and a comment, really. Sorry, I couldn't get my hand to go up quickly enough. Thanks to Mr. Lorimer and his team for the report again. Just a quick point on page 128, the sum against the integration of libraries and access offices is still quite a significant sum that's sitting there. I'm just wondering if he's got a progress report, whether there's been any changes to the plans, and whether the plans for the integration of the police in the Montefieth office is still going ahead.
Thanks, convener. Yeah, the position's essentially on hold at the minute. We've made assumptions, obviously, there within the financial plan. Most of the spend has been pushed back, but the position is basically on hold at the present time.
Okay, does that help, Councillor Whiteside?
Convener, if it helps, I can get more information for Councillor Whiteside out with the meeting and provide that separately.
Yeah, I'd be interested to find out whether the plans with the police are still going ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey?
Thank you, Leader. I just within the capital plan, I would just like to once again place my support for the work being done to support delivering the Montrose A90 link road, as it was mentioned. This will truly be game-changing for Montrose. It will help connect people, improve economic activity, and ultimately support more jobs and investment. And I would just like to reiterate that in previous budgets that SNP opposition did propose removing funding for this plan. So I am very pleased to see this commitment to help build the Montrose Link Road, feeding into our wider ambitions for Angus, which are mentioned in the council plan, which is item number 8. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Davey. Any further comments? No, you've got the recommendations. One is A notes, B approves, C approves, D approves, and E notes. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Super. Agenda item 7 is the annual Chief Social Work Officer Report 2019-20. Report by Catherine Lindsay. I believe Catherine wishes to speak. So Catherine, the floor is open to you. Catherine, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Too many buttons, that's the trouble. So thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to briefly introduce the annual Chief Social Officer report today. Before I begin, I'd like to firstly note that there's an unfortunate error on page 154155. Thank you to a colleague for pointing that out. It refers there to the total gross spend on social work services. I apologise for the oversight. I'm pleased to say that the figures are actually in the millions rather than the thousands. And we will, of course, amend that for the published version. Once again, I am pleased to put this report before members to reflect the wide range of social work and social care services operating in Angus, and uniquely in this year to provide some insight into the arrangements and the challenges that have been emerging around the initial stages of COVID-19 response. So you'll see some of that reflected in the report this year. We were asked specifically to cover that by Scottish Government. The report also demonstrates the significant ongoing commitment and activity by our staff, paid and unpaid carers, as well, of course, as community organisations to empower, support and protect the people across Angus. This year and into next year, of course, the significant additional pressure, both emotionally and financially, of doing so in the midst of a global pandemic can't be overstated. And I was heartened by the recognition of the impact of this in Councillor Wan's earlier points today. If the report is approved today, it will be submitted to Scottish Government. It will also be considered specifically at the Integration Joint Board, and it will be published on the Council's website. I don't intend to go into the content of the detail of the report, but I am happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to questions first. Councillor Wan, have you got a question before I come to comments?
I do, yeah.
Right, okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and then also thanks to your team for getting the informative report, and of course the lot of time you've spent on getting this ready to come before us so that it can be submitted to the Scottish Government. Can I just ask a very quick question, and it relates to page 109 of the report, the performance of children and families. It's to do with the changeover from Care First to the Eclipse, and the statement that the modernised client index system will support better quality written records and enable a single system approach to record management. Can you provide us with an update? And I do understand it's not fully out there yet with everybody from an explanation earlier that I received, but could you just let the rest of the members know exactly where we are with this, and if you believe it will live up to everything that we've heard about it? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to give a little bit more detail about that. And I guess the short answer is yes, it is an improvement. But of course, the longer answer is it's a significant programme of work to implement a new client index system, because of course the data that we hold in our existing system, Care First, must be migrated safely into the new system. And there's a lot of checking data quality and cross-checking and analysis before we can actually hit the button to go live. The way that the project has operated is that we've already gone live in relation to children and families, so that data has migrated. We've worked through some of the initial niggles in terms of the system, and we are happier now with the way that that is operating, and it has improved our ability to work flexibly and has reduced significantly our reliance on paper records. At the moment, just for context, the Children, Families and Justice Service has over 1,000 linear metres of paper records that we are legally obliged as a council to retain for significant periods of time. So the migration to Eclipse allows us to store all new material completely in a digital system. So from our point of view, that's better in terms of the quality of the retention of that material in a way that can be used and shared in the future with people whose information that is, if they request that, but also it should reduce over time our reliance on physical storage capacity and the dangers associated with holding on to paper, which is not usually that great in terms of its longevity. So for those reasons, it's a technical improvement. But of course, we are the first local authority in Scotland to go live with this upgraded system. And we've therefore been at the forefront of designing it to suit a Scottish social work context. So from that point of view, we have been able to shape it more than we would have been able to something that was already in existence. And whilst that's been effort on the part of the project team, it's certainly been very helpful in terms of making sure that it does address all the areas of practice that we want it to cover. It'll also be of benefit in the longer term, given how frequently the legislative, regulatory and policy landscape shifts in social work and social care, with us having the ability locally to tailor aspects of the system more easily than its predecessor. So overall, we're a third of the way through the process. We're about to go live with migration for adult services records. Then there will be a rollout for justice and finance modules to come. So I've no doubt there will be technical issues and aspects that we have to overcome, but we've got a really good support team in place that are helping us to work through any of those as they arise. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Catherine. It's good to see that Angus leading the way again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, convener. Just like to congratulate Catherine and her team on the report. There's so much good news in there and so many achievements. So really well done. Just a couple of quick questions though. I was pleased to see the successful implementation of the free care for under 65s on page 136. Have we got any sort of idea how many people that would affect in Angus? What sort of burdens that put on the system? And the second question was around the care inspectorate inspections of care for our elderly people. Obviously quite good results for a lot of the care homes, but we've seen in other parts of the country local councils having to step in and take over. Are there any homes where there's serious concerns in Angus?
Thank you, Councillor Councillor Whiteside. So firstly, in relation to free personal care, unfortunately I don't have the statistics to hand to answer that question, but I am quite happy to ask colleagues from Health and Social Care to provide that after the meeting. Our perspective from a social work professional standpoint would be, of course, that we fully welcome the introduction of free personal care for under 65s. It is no doubt a significant resource implication, but it does feel like it reflects a position of equity for people who are in need of services. So we're proud to have been, again, at the forefront of that implementation. The Care Inspectorate issues in relation to care homes, I am happy to confirm that we are not in the process of considering any care homes that would need that level of intervention that you referred to, that we have seen in another local authority area reported in the press over the last couple of weeks. There are regular, as in several times a week, care home oversight groups, both locally and also on a pan-Tayside basis, where representatives of nursing, public health, social work and health and social care come together and scrutinise all the information that we collectively have about how the care homes in our areas are operating. I'm pleased to say that our Health and Social Care Partnerships colleagues' relationship with our wider sector providers in private and voluntary sector have been superb, and there's a high degree of information sharing and transparency in relation to areas of risk or concern. I'm pleased to say that the updates from today are that there is nobody referring any issues to us about access, for example, to PPE. And staffing remains strong. There are, of course, ongoing visits to all care homes, and there is ongoing testing, and we are constantly responding to any particular window of opportunity to further support practice, whether it's around issues that are pertinent to social care and well-being more broadly, or whether it's around infection prevention control. So it's a constant process of checking and rechecking and supporting on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Catherine. That's really reassuring. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Well, first of all, Catherine, thank you for this report, which is a really insightful reflection of the amount of work that is going on. And you mentioned COVID, and we've already touched on how well the statutory sectors have worked together on the response to the pandemic, and it would be remiss of us to not take into account the role of the third sector and the independent sector alongside that. And I guess I wanted to see if you could give us a sense of the issues for individuals that had not been previously connected to services that have maybe come to be caught in that safety net, if you like, that the pandemic has offered us. Because I'm aware that a lot of people have found themselves in a very difficult situation that they may not have been in, or it's been worsened by the pandemic. And I also wanted to ask just quickly on page 142 around the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry, and Councillor Wan's already mentioned the records. This inquiry covers the whole period, quote, in living memory to the 17th of December 2014, and I'm just wondering how complete the records are that we have in Angus from ancestor organisations that would have allowed that to happen in Angus, and are those records being transitioned onto Eclipse anytime soon?
When you go, Catherine.
Thank you, Councillor Bell, for that. So, firstly, in relation to those individuals who may not have previously come to the attention of social work and support services across the county, it's quite an interesting and mixed picture, because in relation to children's services and referrals around child protection, we have had a reduction in the initial period of referrals for new cases, and that's been something that's been reflected across the country. And I believe, and I think colleagues across Scotland believe, that that's been because children have been less visible during that period of full lockdown. And I think that is something that we need to consider in terms of any future impact of greater restriction, and making sure that we are all cited on the support that vulnerable families may need. And that we are not shy in coming forward if we have some concerns that somebody may need additional support. But what we have seen is significant contribution of social work qualified individuals as part of the HEART response, working in partnership with other parts of the council, and also significantly with VAA and other partners, including the wider volunteer army. And together, that group of individuals reached a huge proportion of Angus residents that would previously not have been reaching out for support. Practical and emotional support, I think, is the overall sense of what came out of that. It wasn't just all people looking for support with shopping and message delivery and such like. Actually, a lot of people very lonesome, and needing some support in dealing with the anxiety of being in lockdown and the uncertainty that COVID has placed on all of our lives over this period of time. But also what we have seen during the last few months is an increase, not a steady increase, I would say, a fluctuating increase in adult protection concerns, where vulnerable adults have been, for whatever reason, more visible in communities and have been referred for support, and those have been dealt with on a multi-agency basis. Our full response to issues like reports of, for example, domestic abuse have also continued on a partnership basis, and there have been social work and social care staff continuing to deliver services, albeit not necessarily sitting in a council office, but doing that from their own home, sometimes whilst also looking after their own children. And so they have been dealing with not only their own issues at home in terms of their own family and their own situation, but also providing that really intensive support and outreach to others as needed. In respect of your second detailed question from 142 of the report in relation to the child abuse inquiry, yes, it's a significant ask, and the inquiry is quite rightly looking at the experiences of all people who may be able to provide a picture of what has happened historically and more recent historically in relation to our collective efforts to support and protect children over, in essence, what is roughly a 100-year period. And the records are, as I'm sure you can imagine, not as we would expect them to be now. Standards of record keeping in the early 1900s are quite different than they are today. But we do have some records that we have identified, and we have been able to provide those to the inquiry. The period that relates to, for example, Tayside region, is actually held in archive by Dundee City Council, and they have been able to support us in that respect. And more recently, of course, for Angus Council period of time, we have a reasonably full suite of information about the interventions that we've provided. So all told, we have looked at thousands of records, reviewed all of those. There was a significant team led by Jackie Buchanan and colleagues in legal services, including social work staff, who did a huge amount of work trawling through old committee meeting records, all of the council's existing archive material, and crucially case records and records of foster carer interventions. So we have been able to provide a reasonably fulsome report in relation to more recent historical situations, and a kind of more of an overview flavour of our understanding of that which went before. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, convener. My goodness, Catherine, you've just blown me away with the amount of work that's been going on there. That is absolutely incredible. I don't have a great deal to say because I just think that everybody said about the cooperation that's been going on. Your paper is just full of that. The kind of imaginative way that responses that have been used, the flexibility, and probably even more empathetic than usual. I've got one question. It's just to give me an idea of what it is. It's about on page 136, they're talking about the My Views app for young people, and that sounds a tremendous idea. I was just wondering, how is that monitored and how do people access it? And also what happens to the ideas when they're put in there? Yeah.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to showcase again another really unique local development, and our colleagues in IT services have been instrumental in supporting us to design a local app that we think and our young people have told us meets their needs. And what the app is in essence, it's an app that a social worker or another registered worker of some form with a responsibility in relationship with a young person would give them access to the app. They would then have it on their phone, and they will be able to, at any time they wish, send an update on what they're thinking or feeling about something to a key range of people. That might be their social worker, it might be a team manager, it might be a reviewing officer, people with core roles in relation to their child's plan. And what that does is then flags up immediately to the social workers and the team in order to be able to provide a response. Now that may be something very straightforward and fairly benign in terms of just keeping social workers informed, but it may also be a significant issue that merits immediate response. Either way, all of that information is then fed into the reports that are provided to the various meetings that we have to furnish with information about the child's views. And all of that is then recorded and captured so that it informs the child's plan and the decision making at, for example, children's hearings or within the court setting. So it's a really, it's a more modern manner of gathering and facilitating that sharing of views for children and young people. And it's just one of a number of tools that we use because it's not suitable for all the children and young people that we work with.
Thank you again, Catherine. Anything else, Councillor Devine?
Well, I wanted to say that on page 137, there's talk about the transitions group, which I am so happy to see, because transitions from children and young people services to adult services has been an area of difficulty over many years. But when I asked a question about a significant case review, George Bowie told us that this group has been working for about 18 months now, and it's working well. So I do congratulate people on that, because it just means that things will smooth out at these very difficult times in people's lives, especially when they have a learning disability. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Okay, we go on to Councillor Braze.
Yes, thank you very much, convener, and thank you, Catherine, for an excellent report. A huge amount of work gone into that, as others say. I wasn't really going to comment on this, but when you talked about loneliness, I spent a lot of time working with VAA at the sort of height of the need, and delivering messages and prescriptions, etc. But loneliness, I was quite staggered just how many lonely people there are out there, and people that you just wouldn't expect to be feeling this. The one thing that keeps occurring to me is that, as far as I know, common rooms in our sheltered housing are still locked up. The residents, I don't think, are allowed to access them yet. And I've had quite a few people get in touch with me concerned about this, because a lot of people who perhaps suffer loneliness could benefit greatly if we could manage to get them reopened safely as soon as we can. And I realise that there are big constraints here, but it's been suggested to me that volunteers might have a role in providing some sort of supervision so that it could be done safely. And I wondered if perhaps you in housing could maybe look into that. And then another thing that it was just brought up to me this morning, so I'll just ask now. A constituent was quite concerned that the daycare centres haven't been getting many referrals at all. Some haven't had any, I believe. And I wondered just if you could comment on that for me, please.
Yes, I'm happy to do so, and thank you very much for your comments too. In relation to the kind of shared communal spaces, there are some changes in the guidance that looked like they may be freeing services up to reintroduce that. This has been an issue that also applied in care homes also, and I am just conscious that given the announcements earlier today, we may need to revisit that again. All of our care homes and sheltered housing provision and daycare are all really bound by the public health guidance that is being issued by Scottish Government. And we are keen, and I don't know whether members may be aware that in my role as the convener of Social Work Scotland, I have also championed the human rights aspects of particularly older people who are living in these settings, have social contact, and the criticality of that to their longevity and their well-being. So this is an issue that I am particularly mindful of as an individual professional, and I know that my colleagues in Health and Social Care Partnership are also very keen to make sure that we move as quickly but as safely as we can within the guidance that is available. So I can certainly double check the position after today and get back to you, Councillor Braes, just to clarify what the current position is about those shared spaces. In relation to daycare, of course, daycare had been closed for a significant portion of time as a result of COVID, other than for critical cases where access to that type of service was essential to avoid an escalation of care into a more intrusive setting. And so the reality is that daycare centres will not have had referrals because they've not been operating. But I'm conscious that last week, whilst I was off on holiday, there was again some movement about that. Again, that may have been also impacted by today's announcement. So I shall speak with Health and Social Care colleagues, and I'll formulate a clearer response to you once we've reviewed the input from today.
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine.
Thank you. Councillor Speed.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I think Councillor Moore has his hand up, and then I was going to come in and move the report as...
Okay, Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Moore. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, thank you for a very fulsome report, Catherine. Very good reading. I looked at your priorities for 2021. I notice you've one, explore the potential to extend the enhanced community support model tested in Montefieth. I'd be interested to know where you would think to extend it and how, if you would be so kind.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. So this relates to a pilot scheme that colleagues have been running in the Health and Social Care Partnership, and there is a wee bit of detail elsewhere in the report around that, where colleagues have seen significant benefit from bringing practitioners together around a GP surgery. and using the expertise of all those social care and health professionals working in that area to, in essence, prioritise a person-centred package of care and support. So rather than pinging referrals to different places, they've been bringing people together and saying, actually, this individual requires support from me or from the person next to me, and just getting on to do that. In terms of the pilot and how the team would like to extend it, again, I know that's an aspiration of Health and Social Care Partnership colleagues. It's probably not something that they have given a lot of direct thought to in the last couple of months, because they have been more preoccupied with the direct response to COVID. But it is something that they are very keen to discuss with local communities through the locality groups that the Health and Social Care Partnership operate. So I can't confirm where they would be looking to go to next, but I guess they'll be looking to have those conversations with GP practices and see where that might be the simplest rollout.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Speed.
Thank you, Chair. I would just now like to remove this report, but before I do, I would just like to join everyone in thanking Catherine for this report. In my opinion, this report should be one of the most important reports in the Council calendar, one that should leave us all fully humbled by the width and breadth of services, the hard work, dedication and commitment of all our health and social care staff, our partners, foster, kinship carers and unpaid carers, who are often overworked and underpaid, and many right now will be running on empty. It's crucial that we fully understand and comprehend the stark and often harrowing reality of the hardships and struggles that our most vulnerable children, adults and families experience. And that this, as has already been said today, has only been exacerbated by COVID-19, with increased numbers having to turn for support. We must be struck by the increased demand and challenges, especially as everyone's mental health and well-being is challenged right now, and we are all at risk of needing health and social care services and support right now. It's vital, I believe, that we leave here today with this report at the forefront of all our minds, taking full cognizance of the growth in demand alongside the workforce challenges and financial uncertainty that there is, and that we continue to shine a spotlight on the areas of greatest need when setting our future budgets and targeting resources appropriately. I certainly hope as we leave here today that we value people as much as place. And on that, I would just like that we move that now, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Speed. I'll just add, yes, Catherine, absolutely excellent and stunning work. And I'm sure you can thank all your team, right from all of us. We have the recommendations in front of us. 1 is note and endorse, 2 is acknowledge, 3 is approves, and 4 is notes. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, we're going to item 8, which is the council plan and workforce plan update. The report is by the Chief Executive, Margot Williamson. I'd like to say a few words to start with. It is good to see this report because our council plan has consistently been aligned to our finance and budget, a key topic of this council agenda. This updated plan and recovery and renewal plan and paper 11 on the agenda outlines our ongoing work in response to COVID-19. I want to pick out a few highlights. We want Angus to be a place, an area to go for business. We continue to be prepared for the signing of Tay-City's deal. The good news that was agreed that we can move forward with that just last Tuesday. And we've got a number of exciting projects within Tay-City's deal, and a number are already getting off the ground. The Mercury programme is being developed in partnership with the public and private sector in Angus. It aims to attract a wide range of low carbon, sustainable businesses to Angus. We are working to bring skilled jobs and expertise to Angus, as a result of the offshore wind sector, with Seagreen starting work earlier this year. We want to maximise inclusion and reduce inequalities. In August, we honoured our commitment to provide 1,140 hours of early learning and childcare over this year, and we will see new facilities in Carnoustie and Forfar opening up. And we will also continue to work with our partners to respond to those hardest hit by the COVID-19 virus. But we've got other highlights. And those highlights are awards that this council have won. One, the MJ Achievement Award for Innovation in Property and Asset Management for Montrose. Two, Forfar has won the Best Affordable Housing and an Angus Design Award. Three, the Shared Apprentice Scottish Government Award for delivering excellence. Four, Defence Employer Recognition Scheme Gold Award. 5, Carer Positive Award. 6, Real IT Innovation Award. 7, our planning department's achieving in securing funding for safer roads, walking, cycling, wheeling, and places for everyone. You know, I could go on, because what this council actually achieves is absolutely amazing. And we saw a video once where the council said, Angus is amazing. Well, you better believe it. I'd like to highlight other successes. We've got the second lowest council tax in Scotland. We've got one of the best recycling authorities now in Scotland. We're delivering new, affordable, green energy efficient housing. New school projects are being continued. The Montrose Port, the Mercury programme, the agreement for Tay Cities deals and its imminent signing, and our continued rural broadband update. We're working to secure with business a plan to ensure business, our economy and employment makes Angus the place to live, work and visit. Anybody that tells me that this council are shambolic and catastrophic, right, needs to start having a look at what this council actually does. So I'm going to move to ask the Chief Executive if she'd like to speak on this report.
Thank you, Convener. There's a bit of an echo.
You're on mute, Margot. Margot.
Okay. Are we okay?
That's better.
Yeah, I've just got a bit of an echo in this room, I think. Okay, here we go. Thank you for that, Convener. I think you covered everything that would be appropriate to say around the council plan. And just really to reinforce what you said about why the council plan and the workforce plans here, it's because we usually present them in February when we bring the budget, and because we've had to look at recasting the budget today, it was appropriate to bring a refreshed council plan and workforce plan as well. And that's really because we've all been impacted in terms of COVID. What I want to reassure members is that the plan is always to bring the annual report, which is really the follow through of the council plan, to see how much of that we have delivered. And we do that in November. It would be our intention still to do that in November, and for members to be aware that that will be the case. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on the report today.
Okay, I am going to questions first. I see Councillor Duff has got his hand. Councillor Duff, have you got a question?
Yes, thanks, Convener. I had a comment and I had a question.
Go on, just do them both at the same time.
You seem to be getting an echo. Not sure if that's me.
Not hearing anything.
Do you want the comment first?
Any way you want, Councillor Duff.
Right. Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I'd sort of address your sort of draw your attention to page 172 and the stuff about the developments in Montrose. Obviously, I'm very supportive of those, a lot of exciting developments. I would certainly trust that all local members will be involved with these discussions going forward. I just wanted to pick up one item, and that was the A90 Link Road, just to just correct one or two of the misstatements by Councillor Davey. The A90 Link Road was put into the capital plan, I think, by the former leader of the council, Ian Gall, in 2015 or 2016. So I think the SNP group have always been supportive of the road. What we did a couple of years was reprofile the financial spend, and given the delay in that project and other projects, I don't think that's really an issue. We had a very good presentation by the consultant some months ago on the various potential routes. And I think it's fair to say that the project plan has a number of requirements that have to be ticked, and finding a route that will satisfy all of them, I think, will be very challenging. Indeed, I think all the local members who were at the presentation all made the same or expressed the same concerns, the consultant, with a number of the routes which clearly will need some considerable work. So very supportive of this project, but I think it's a complex one and the devil will be in the detail. I've got one question which relates to page 175, and it relates really to education and the Angus Schools for the Future project, which was announced in August 2017, and specifically relating to Montrose and imagining Montrose. My question really was for the convener of Children and Learning. When can we start to see some bricks being moved? When can we see some action on the ground on this project? Because we've had a lot of talk. When can we actually see something happening?
Can I come into that, Leader?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, just very briefly, I can bring Mark Armstrong or Kelly McIntosh in just to back this up, but we actually had a meeting organised with the Deputy First Minister in March, end of March, funny enough, and it just had to be postponed. This is to speak about the reimagining of the education and the building strategy for Arbroath and Montrose. But if Kelly or Mark would like to just come in further, we were in touch with the DFMS office this week, and we're trying to rearrange another meeting. But if any of the other two would like to come in and comment.
Yep. Thank you. Certainly happy to do that. And as Councillor Wan says, there was a meeting scheduled with the Deputy First Minister, and we're back in touch with his office now, looking for a date in the very near future. I'm also aware that the work that's been going on with Baker Hughes in Montrose and the alignment of their learning and development plans and the work with the high school is progressing exceptionally well, and will be updated to Communities Committee in the near future. So those areas of work are progressing very well, and we're expecting to have the meeting with the Deputy First Minister within the next 4 to 5 weeks, I would suggest.
Thank you. Does that help, Councillor Duff? I'm sure it does. We'll go to Councillor Devine.
Oh. Thanks, Convener. I just had a couple of things to ask about. It's on page 174 under how we will achieve it, and it talks about the capital investment delivering the early learning and children's centres. Now, I think there might be a typo here, because we all know that capital investment is money from the Scottish Government. I mean, all of it is from the Scottish Government. And I've never seen anything without reference being made to the Scottish Government. So I hope perhaps it will be put in there. On page 177, again, it's under how we will achieve it. It mentions something that we've not heard about, as far as I'm aware. A special officer and elected member task force has been set up to review how we can improve our recycling performance even further. Who sits on this, or is this still to be set up? My other point would be on page 178, and this is great. I'm really glad to see that under community empowerment and participatory budgeting, there's going to be a review done of the current locality approach, because I think Well, most of us think that it's a good idea for staff to be working in localities. As far as the local people are concerned, they just really don't work. And I think PB probably showed that up. So I understand, of course, that there's work going on with East Ayrshire. And I've seen some of their action plans, which are very much a town plan or a village plan, and people really do engage with that. So I'm quite excited to see that this is hopefully going to be happening here. Thank you.
Councillor Devine. I'm conscious of the time. Through standing orders, obviously, after 3 hours. What I would like to propose is that we finish this particular item and then perhaps have a 10-minute comfort break. Would that be agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, and thank you for those comments, Councillor Devine. Can we go?
I did have a question in there, Convener. It was about the special officer and the elected member group task force. Sorry.
Right, can somebody come in with that one?
Come in, Convener. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I understand that to be the Climate Mob group.
Oh.
Sorry, it's Stuart here. Margot, it's actually the administration priorities group that was set up. It's chaired by Councillor Tommy Stewart. I think that's the one that's being referred to here.
Well, we hadn't heard about it anyway.
Okay, we'll get information for you on that, Councillor Devine.
Please, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, we'll go. It's Councillor Angus McMillan Douglas wants to come in.
Convener, I was coming to second it. Actually, I didn't know if you want to leave me to the end, but I can do it now. I think that this council plan has been one of the huge successes of the council in recent years. We didn't have an integrated planning structure before, with a council plan and a finance plan and a workforce plan. And it undoubtedly has added to the whole cohesion of the way that the council works. So just rather say great support for all those who have been leading that and taking part in it. I was going to go on to support the Tay Cities deal, the Montrose work, which is stunning. And if the SNP really are in favour of that road, then let's get it done. And also rural broadband, but all those have been mentioned. So I'd just like to second the motion.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Bell.
Hey, thanks very much, Convener. Yeah, I wanted to pick out a couple of bits on page 175 and in particular to remark that it's World Suicide Prevention Day and the impact of mental health on mental health of COVID and the domestic abuse that we see in the preceding paragraph on page 175 obviously remain huge concerns, but also unknown quantities. And I was interested, you know, in the timing of an update to council around November. And I guess I get a sense that we might not even know what the emerging picture is by then. So it was interesting to read this document alongside the COSLA blueprint that came out at the end of last week. And the phrase fiscal flexibility kind of jumped out at me as well, because I think as more and more data comes out around people's experiences and the issues that they're experiencing and the help and the support that they need across the spectrum of services that we deliver in partnership, I think this is going to take a long time. And I guess I just wanted a sense from Margot if my perception is shared generally by yourself, that we could be dealing with this for a very significant time and it'll be an evolution rather than any very clear and definitive sets of stats. We're going to constantly need to be revising this, as we would with any council plan, but with the added unknown quantities of the effects of COVID and ongoing peaks in terms of localised lockdowns and outbreaks. Would you share that view, Margot?
Do you, Convener? As members may know, I chair the Public Protection Group across Angus, a multi-agency partnership group across Angus, and we spend a significant amount of time looking at public safety, public well-being, and the concerns across the COVID time that we've been involved for the past 5 months have been quite significant. And it's only now as people begin to connect with each other, whether it's through attending school or other institutions or centres, we're beginning to see numbers of disclosures. So Councillor Bell's quite right to point out that we need to keep a close eye on this and monitor it carefully, and we will report back to Council as required.
Thank you, Margot. Okay, can we move on to Councillor Hans?
Yeah, it was just to look at the issue raised on page 184 in terms of recruitment. And whilst I haven't got a problem at all about the measures we propose to encourage the more gender balance and to look at ways and to encourage that through recruitment, I did actually wonder though what else or is the council going to also be looking at how applications from the BAME community, from people with disabilities, because although the Institute of Fiscal Studies today raised the issue of COVID and how much it's disproportionately impacted women and young people, but also we know that COVID is definitely has had an effect on people from the BAME community and disabled people as well. And I just wonder what evidence we're using to take these measures, and whether, and obviously we have annual statistics about the profile of the council's employees. So what do we know about the gender difference? What do we know about the underrepresentation of other protected groups? And obviously, I'm assuming that evidence will be borne in mind when any measures are taken. And can we have a commitment that we will look at this for all protected characteristics?
Thank you, Councillor Hans.
Yeah, Councillor Fairbrother, through you, I think it is time to suspend standing orders, but if I could just quickly answer Councillor Hans's question. We do, by statute, have to gather that information when people apply for jobs. So they would apply, when they apply for a post, they would outline what the characteristics they have are. But you're quite right to say that things have changed significantly as a consequence of COVID. And this report that's in front of you is, particularly the Workforce Plan 1, is really identifying some of the areas that have slipped. But it's right to think about including, such as you've just outlined, BAME characteristics as well. And we will do that and bring that back as our normal report to Scrutiny and Audit Committee.
Could you just say it's also, in addition to having a duty to gather, that duty also includes use. So that's why we need to use an evidence-based approach based on what that data is telling us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hans. We've got three more speakers. No, we've not. We've got four.
Sorry, Councillor Convener, could you just clarify that early on when you mentioned about standing orders, are we agreeing to suspend standing orders to carry on after the 3 hours and take a break after this item for?
Yes, that's the case.
Is the committee, the council happy to agree that?
Yes, agree.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moore's next.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to refer to pages 174 to 176, priority 2 people. I'm reading through it. The third bullet point is to reduce social isolation and loneliness. But when I read through how we will achieve it, I don't see anything specifically about how we're going to do that. And when I look at the measuring our success, we don't have a target to meet to say that we've succeeded. Could somebody tell me, am I misreading it, or is there a gap there, please?
Convener, through you.
Yes.
Councillor Muir's right to pick this up. I mean, we do have a number of things within the plan which are our priorities and our intention, but we can't measure everything. So, you know, one of the things that we will be doing in accordance with what's in the plan is ensuring that's delivered. But I think there is a danger that we just focus on what can be measured rather than measuring what we value. And in doing that, it outlines the work that we'll be carrying out. If members were minded to try to include a measure that looked at that, I'm happy to do that, although it's a difficult measure to justify. So it has to be qualitative. But Councillor Moore's point's a very good one.
Yeah, if I can come back on that, please, Convener. One thing that COVID-19 has shown us is the number of elderly people who are lonely, who are not getting out because they've been shielding or because they've been scared. This is a prime example of that. They are socially isolated. All the achievement is aimed at, if I can put it bluntly, the young and the ill. I'm not being derogatory at all about that. There is nothing there looking at our senior citizens, at the people who have spent years making Angus what it is. And, you know, looking at that, I think we've got to say, well, yes, we need to add this in. We need to look at our elderly population and have some measure to say, well, we've actually done something for them.
Through you, Convener, Councillor Moore, most of that sits within the Health and Social Care Partnership Plan, and the IGB will measure that in terms of their work.
So why do we put reduced social isolation and loneliness in?
Well, why not?
Why not? Something we're going to try and achieve or measure.
Through you, Convener, it's not relating specifically to the adult population. Young people also experience social isolation.
Hmm?
Absolutely. It's called.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Convener. Just very quickly, I noticed on page 173 under land and property estate that there may be opportunities for rationalisation due to the different styles of working. I'm just wondering how big the risk is from our commercial tenants if they're thinking about doing the same. And a follow-up to Councillor Duff's query about the schools. Obviously, the Moneyfeith estate was higher up the priority list, so I'm just wondering if that's still the case and what the plans are for Moneyfeith. Thanks.
Can I come into that one, Leader?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, just very quickly on the Moneyfeith one, that hasn't been forgotten about. I actually had a get-together with MC, the head teacher there, and we discussed little bits and bobs about that. But it's certainly not off the plans. Obviously, COVID has slowed everything down because we can't get meetings with government officials. But these are all still well under review by Mark Armstrong and Kelly McIntosh and our team.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Councillor Salmond.
I actually had a question about the risk of the commercial tenants.
Beg your pardon. Can somebody help with that?
Thanks, Convener, if I may come in. I think we obviously have looked at in our office accommodation rationalisation. We are conscious of what the market may be into the future, both in terms of the economic crisis that is emerging from ourselves and indeed people moving into our properties. So we've recognised that, and you may be aware that we've looked at that in our change profile for our expected savings.
Thanks.
Does that help, Councillor Whiteside?
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Salmond.
Thanks, Convener. You listed the number of achievements that Angus Council had actually achieved. I'd like to acknowledge the achievement that the Angus residents have actually achieved, and I'd actually like Mr. Ball to address this. It's on page 177 and it's a recycling. The report highlights that the household recycling rate for 2018 was 54.7%, but I'd like Mr. Ball to update us on the prediction of the 2019 rate, if that's possible, and recognise the achievement of Angus residents in this new higher percentage achievement.
Thanks, Councillor Salmond. I'm happy to do that. So the 2019 figure, which is still to be verified by SEPA, was 59.1%. So in 12 months, we saw an increase of 4.4%, which is a really significant increase. To put that into some sort of perspective, I think across Scotland, in the previous 12 months, the recycling rate had actually dropped by 1%. So for a council to make an increase of 4.4% on its figure is very, very good news. And that has been down to the changes that we've made at our recycling centres. That's where we've seen the big shift and the big increase. We don't know where we'll sit in terms of a league table. Last year we were 7th. Normally the national figures are published around now, actually middle of September, but because of COVID that's been delayed a few weeks, so we'll not see the national figures until the start of October. But I would certainly expect us to move up the table and hopefully be in maybe third, fourth place in Scotland.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Ball. Okay, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Just before, I would like to just respond to Councillor Duff's comments, because it is frustrating because you just say supports the link road, but we will remember in the February budget of 2019, the SNP alternative removed £1.4 million for the project and proposed to defund it. So I do question whether that shows a commitment. But it would be remiss of me not to focus on the economic part of this plan as the economic development spokesperson for Angus. Can I welcome all these potentially game-changing developments for Angus? Scotland's first drone port, the Mercury programme to build our green agenda and sustainable future growth. We've seen recent investment in Forfa for a green charging network, a commitment to inward investment, and we've seen huge amounts of procurement spending on our local businesses and local areas with a commitment by us to go even further. Commitment to Montrose, proposals for the link road, a railhead, port improvements, a new business park, Scotland's largest offshore wind farm right here in Angus. This and more can make Montrose and Angus the beating heart of the entire North East. And on top of this, we're hoping to secure free port status too. Additional digital infrastructure investment to make Angus connected from glen to glen and take full advantage of our place as a natural option for people to relocate from cities who can now work from home, making good use of our properties, selling off unused ones to turn into housing or new businesses. And we should be facilitating growth wherever we can. And too often, many perceive the council to be seen as a block on development, and that must not and will not be the case. And we are determined to ensure we always support our businesses, our job creators, and our workers across Angus. All of this is further helped with an additional £26.5 million from the UK government, which will help support additional development in Montrose, as well as our clean growth ambitions for zero carbon housing, improving rural mobility, and supporting innovation in agri-tech. And I could keep going on, but I'm not going to. But I very much welcome this report. Thank you to everyone that's worked hard to put this together. And it's an exciting time with these projects. Hopefully, once we are over the worst of COVID's economic impact, we can really see the fruition to deliver these high-paying, fantastic new jobs for Angus.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. I must get you to write my speeches from now on. Couldn't have said that better myself.
Available via commission.
And thank you for the report, Chief Executive. You've got the recommendations in front of you. 1, the updated council plan, and 2, the updated workforce action plan. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Right, a 10-minute break and we can come back for number 9.
I take it you want this pause, Fiona, yeah? Right, that's it started.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 9 is Our Turn Initiative and Refugee Resettlement Programmes. The report's by Mark Armstrong. I'd just like to advise members that following the finalisation of this report, correspondence was received from COSLA at the end of last week in relation to a Home Office consultation on the National Transfer Scheme, NTS, and the UK-wide provision of accommodation and support for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. That's UASC. So I'm going to ask Mark Armstrong if you'd like to update.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, as you're advising Council there, on Friday afternoon there was communication came through to all councils in Scotland via COSLA from the Home Office, who are presently running a consultation on the unaccompanied asylum seeking children across the whole of the UK. And so what and I know that COSLA have a working group at present, which involves council officers from Angus on that group from both our housing and our public protection and our social care teams. So we're well engaged in that conversation. And COSLA are at present through that working group developing a proposed response to the Home Office consultation, which it's expected will be presented to the COSLA leaders meeting at the end of this month, which is in time to meet the Home Office consultation deadline of the 30th of September. So given that kind of context and this consultation that has only just come to light, it would be my intention to, assuming the recommendations within the report are approved, and particularly recommendation 4, to defer writing any correspondence to the Scottish Government and to the Home Office on this matter until we are clear on the outcome of the consultation response, and then we can take that into account in terms of any letter that we send from Angus Council. So it was really just to make Council aware of those new developments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Are there any questions? Questions first, Councillor Devine?
No, his comment.
Okay, are there any questions? I don't see any other hands. Okay, I'll go to comments, Councillor Devine.
Thank you. I just wanted to welcome this report, obviously, since it was passed under my name. Although I was actually quite surprised it came forward with everything else that's going on and with these huge reports that have been written. But so thank you to Catherine and to Mark for the work involved. It's clearly a difficult situation dealing with all the demands from different lobbying organisations, probably more especially in a rural setting like Angus, with many fewer of the services available locally. But it's still important that we give those fleeing from dreadful conditions the safety and security that they need. And it brought home today, actually, by the awful fires that we see in the Lesbos camps. So we certainly do need clarity from both governments, particularly about the resource issues from the UK government. But having heard about the consultation by the Home Office through COSLA, I'm in agreement that recommendation 4 is deferred at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I've got Councillor Laurie.
Yes, thank you, Convener. This is a very welcome report on a very important issue. Our country is at its best when we help people in need, whether that's at home, helping people like my granddad who were evacuated as children and taken in by strangers during World War II, or whether that's people from further afield, like the Jewish refugees we embraced around the same time. That's the side of our history that makes me proud to be British. And to this day, Angus plays its part in helping those in need. Since 2015, over 40 refugees have been resettled in Angus. I know that we can do more. No room at the inn is never something I want to say, but this isn't something that we can solve in isolation. It needs to be coordinated and funded by national government. I think the proposals in this report gets the balance right in demonstrating a willingness to help while recognising the need for cooperation in a wider national framework.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Speed.
Thank you, Chair. I just echo the words that have been said there by Councillor Laurie. I think recent council meetings have, I guess, and agenda items have demonstrated that we're all invested in ensuring that Angus is an inclusive and diverse council that promotes equality and the human rights of all our citizens, and that we welcome all to come and live, work and participate within the life of Angus. I certainly praise the commitments and efforts of all who have been involved in resettling refugees within Angus, as our refugees do enhance and strengthen our communities and have much to contribute. It should never be forgotten that they are indeed fleeing from war-torn environments and humanitarian crises, and often come traumatised with their experiences impacting with profound effects. However, I do have concerns that have been highlighted in the report. And as I mentioned earlier, we are increasingly challenged at times and struggling to cope with current needs and demands, particularly within areas such as house and mental health. It's vital that we ensure we provide and offer good quality services and supports rather than an inadequate half service that cannot cope, and therefore fully welcome this report and the recommendations, and agree with Councillor Laurie that, you know, we should always be welcome and open, but we must always ensure that we are fully funded and equipped to be able to cope, so that we do indeed improve vulnerable refugees or those fleeing in isolation to recover and improve their life chances and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Speed. Have we got any further comments? No? Okay, you've got the recommendations. 1 is note, 2 is note, 3 is agree, and 4 require Mark Armstrong, Deputy Chief Executive, to write to the Scottish Government and Home Office. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Move on to number 10. The Scrutiny and Audit Committee Annual Report 2019-20. Margot, would you like to introduce this item?
Yeah, I'm happy to introduce this, but I'm sure the convener of the Scrutiny and Audit Committee would want to talk on this. So I'll be brief. Council is asked to approve and note the contents of the Scrutiny and Audit Committee's annual report. Council is also asked if any further assurance or detail is required. I think now more than ever it's worth just pointing out what the role of the Scrutiny and Audit Committee is, and outline the fact that it does exist to provide independent high-level scrutiny, assurance and reporting on our governance as a council. Its remit is set out in great detail in standing orders. The committee takes a self-evaluation each year on the work that it carries out. Unfortunately this year, due to COVID, the exercise hasn't taken place, but the 2017 and 2018 and 2018-2019 assessments are there in the report. It outlines the strengths that we see as scrutiny and audit, but also areas that we're currently working on. Appendix A includes the committee action plan and what progress has been made against each of the actions. And I'll just leave it there for members who are on the Scrutiny and Audit Committee to pick up any issues or identify anything they would like to add.
Thank you, Margot. We've got Councillor Devine.
As convener, I just wanted to make very general comments on this. Like in item 8, again, there's a whole lot of reading, but it's so useful to get an overview of all the council activities and in a different way through the internal audit reports. I always find it very interesting. Over the past year, however, of necessity, there's had to be greater flexibility with staffing changes, quite a lot of staffing changes, and COVID-19 responsibilities which a lot of these staff have taken on. And a lot of people don't know about that, but that they are doing that. And Kathy and her team have had to basically duck and dive to deal with the day job as well as everything else. So I think we all really appreciate this. I think it's also important that people realise that we get quarterly reports from Police Scotland and Fire and Rescue. We get reports from Angus Alive and the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership. and we scrutinise them fully. I sometimes think that police don't recognise now, people don't recognise, because we don't have police and fire boards as such, that they're not scrutinised, but believe me, they are. And I want to thank all the officers who come along from the different organisations, but also within Angus Council, to give us very, very full replies to our questions. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor King. You're muted, Councillor King.
Yeah, sorry about that, Convener. I was just saying that I'm very grateful to Councillor Devine, who's covered most of the points that I would have wanted to cover in the first place. That obviously I'm very indebted to the staff and the amount of work they've been doing, in the way that they have been working between not only their own day jobs in audit, but doing all sorts of other things in the COVID-19 requirements. So I think everything has been said, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. And Councillor King, thank you for all the work that you do on scrutiny and audit, and your Vice Convener. And thanks to all who are on the scrutiny and audit. I must admit, it was never one of my favourite subjects. But my understanding is that you do a marvellous job, Councillor King. Okay, we've got the recommendations in front of us. 1 is to note, 2 is to determine, and 3 is to approve. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, item 11 is the COVID-19 response, recovery and renewal. The report's by Margot Williamson. So I'm going to ask Margot if she would like to introduce this report.
Thank you, Convener. A lot's been talked about today in terms of response to COVID-19, so I won't dwell on too much of that, but the report gives members an overview of our response to the pandemic. As members are aware, we've been keeping you informed either through a daily SITREP situation report or when we've moved to a weekly report. And since the 23rd of March, as a council, we've been working in an incredibly different way. And I have to say, I'm really, really proud of the staff within Angus Council and the partnership working that has gone on to respond to the people of Angus. The report highlights the key achievements in terms of how we've kept services operational to support families, communities and businesses. And if I can just outline one tiny example, but a very, very significant one for us in Angus and in Tayside. When we had the outbreak at a food factory in Cooper Angus, employees worked across the 3 authorities to identify who worked in the food factory, how we could contact them as local authorities as efficiently as possible and get information, support and aid to them so that they were not suffering or enduring any hardship. Our dealing with this as Angus Council, but also as a Tayside partnership, was commended by Public Health, but also by the First Minister, and we quickly moved to contain the virus. The report outlines the key groups that have been operating throughout this period of time, and this is again over and above the work that we normally do on a day-to-day basis, and how these groups, by working together, have been able to support people within Angus. I think it has to be highlighted that the multi-agency response that's going on is continuing to go on, and through the Local Resilience Partnership and the Tayside Resilience Partnership, as well as a number of internal groups, we are now dealing with response as well as recovery as we move to a phase that's less intense, but we're also taking an eye to what renew is and what a new council will then deliver, regardless of what the circumstances is. I trust this report gives members assurance that not only have we responded well to the COVID-19 case, but continue to manage recovery and identify how we emerge from that. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, it's questions first. Councillor Vaughan, have you got a question?
No, I've got a comment.
Okay, Brenda Durno, have you got a comment, a question?
Hello. I welcome the report. The problem I have is that we seem to have a sort of generational thing going on here. Councillor Moore sort of picked on it earlier. We're having problems with people accessing the access line, particularly people that don't have younger relatives or anybody that can sort of do technology for them. And I wanted to ask how we're going to overcome that with everybody working at home, because we're getting people coming into the SNP office leaving messages, we're getting phone calls, we're getting people knocking on my door, and all they want to do is pay for their bin or get a blue badge or even find out how they can get a library book. So I really need to know, are we going to set up a dedicated team for people who don't have technology, like a call centre? Is there any plans for anything like that? Because we have to address this problem, because it's really getting out of hand now.
Mark Armstrong's going to take that.
Thank you, Councillor Dunno, for your question. And as you rightly identify, I think the coronavirus pandemic has affected all of our services, and including our contact centre and our staff's ability to maintain services the way they certainly were before the beginning of March this year. And you're probably well aware that with the kind of lockdown arrangements, we had to move the whole contact centre arrangement out of Angus House and into people's individuals' homes where they were able to work from home. And that was no mean feat in itself, but it also meant that our capacity to operate the contact centre as we ordinarily would do was diminished, although it did manage to retain the service right through the period of lockdown, and greatly appreciative of the assistance that Angus residents gave in terms of only contacting the centre via the telephone lines if they felt it was an absolutely essential requirement, and particularly linked to our heart and our shielding arrangements. And people did start to use a lot more of the online means to secure services and to get messages across. I would want to stress that the contact centre is still operating out of people's houses. We've recognised that is starting to have an impact on the call waiting times, and we're currently working with the trade unions and our colleagues in health and safety to undertake all the appropriate risk assessments to get some of those individuals back into Angus House in a way that's safe and protects their health, but also ensures that we can get the system operating almost at a kind of full capacity again. And I guess that's the other part to the reality just now. I think the general public, and we see it, I guess, in terms of the articles on the news just about every day, there's a large opinion that we're through the worst of this virus, whereas in reality, I think that we're far from the case. So the numbers of calls that are coming back into the contact centre on a daily basis are close to the kind of average of 500 a day, which is where we were just before lockdown. But the system and the team are working really hard to address all those as swiftly as they can. We are still encouraging people to use other means if possible than the telephone, but the telephone contact arrangements are in place and are dealing with those numbers. And then on the last item with regards to the access offices, we are in very close dialogue with Angus Alive as part of their renewal and kind of recovery programme as to how we can start to open up, at least in some measure, a service that is front facing. So these pieces of work are going on at present, but I would really kind of seek council's patience on this, I guess, just in terms of a lot of the issues that have to be addressed to get these services up and running. And I guess also a request to the public, if they do not need to make telephone contact, it would be helpful if they could use other means so that individuals like some of our older clients who maybe don't have the technology at their hands or the support to use it, that they can get access to the telephone system as a priority and maybe not have to wait as long as some individuals are having to.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. And now remember, I'm still on questions. So, Councillor Sturrock, is yours a question?
No comment.
Okay, Councillor Stewart.
I'm a comment as well.
Okay, Councillor Hans.
I'm a question and comment.
Okay, I'll let you do them both then.
Oh, thank you. Right, it was just as Mr. Armstrong was speaking, it reminded me of a number of years ago. I asked this question, and I wonder if it's pertinent again, because I wonder with the people using the access line, there's probably two quite distinct groups. There'll be people that are really quite vulnerable, that have significant access issues, have always had access issues, and COVID really isn't any different. And there'll also be ones that have got sort of general council-based inquiries. So what I don't, what I'm asking is it possible to look at this again on the basis of what we've learned from HART in terms of, like from the shielding group, obviously, was it about 3,000, 4,000 people roughly within Angus within that? So I wonder from that, can we get an idea and a database of people that really need to have access to a different number? And also there was people that were very, very vulnerable but didn't actually meet the shielding group. I think for myself and other visually impaired and blind people in Scotland right now, social distancing, even although we're out of lockdown, I still feel like I'm locked down because my guide dog doesn't know how to socially distance. And I think there's just issues that people are going to have up, above the general Angus Council inquiries. And so whilst I take the point about people home working and also to increase capacity, it needs to be back at Angus House, but I still think we need to address the issue that within Angus we do have more vulnerable people that do have access requirements, and online just isn't for them. So is there a possibility to look for a separate phone line?
Definitely.
Okay, if we can help you.
Maybe not a specific answer to that question, Councillor Hans. We can take that away, although I know that it does kind of create other issues. But certainly, I think the points that you've made around the different support needs that all of our communities, I think that the last 7 months have really brought those into sharp relief. And the council, working with our partners, and particularly through the community planning partnership that is detailed in this report in our recovery and renewal program, is learning a significant amount about how we can develop and change and improve our services, and how we can make them more accessible to people through a lot of range of different means. So I think the points you're highlighting are very well made, and they're also been picked up in a whole range of different forums, not just in relation to the access line, but generally how the way that we work together with our partners and the way that we ourselves as a service provider need to adapt and develop our service means that they're at the root of the work that officers and volunteers and others across the whole county are looking at. What have we learned from this, and how do we make the best of the situation and improve things on the back of it? And that kind of cliche that's coming around just now, that building back better, I think that very much is at the heart of what people are considering to improve things on the back of what's been an absolutely a terrible situation.
Thank you. That leads me nicely on to my point in terms of partners as well for my comment. Can I just ask, just because it relates to my day job in NHS Tayside, we've just recently had a request for volunteers to increase capacity for test and protect contact tracers. So can I just make a plea to everybody, if they've not already done so today, to go and download the Protect Scotland app. So it will help. Obviously, it's another line of defence against COVID, but we're obviously seeing concern that we do need to build up capacity. I don't think we're anywhere near getting through this pandemic yet, and I think certainly the signs for my colleagues that that's not a view that they share either.
If I could just hopefully provide some kind of reassurance there, Councillor Hans. The Local Resilience Partnership is acutely aware of this issue, and I was actually speaking to NHS colleagues both yesterday and today about it, and the three councils in Tayside are working together to identify what they can do in our various workforces to provide a kind of a additional resource, a pool of people that can be available to support the contact tracing process across Tayside, and to a certain extent it is now having to work as a system across the whole country, and that particular issue will be discussed at tomorrow's LRP meeting.
But can we just encourage people to download the app as well, because every little thing helps.
I would wholeheartedly endorse that too.
I will as well, Councillor Hans. Councillor Speed, is yours a question?
It's more of a comment.
Okay.
I'll
I'll go back to the top for comments. Councillor Boyd, is yours a question?
Comment.
I'm going to go back to, right, I'll move on to comments now then, and it's Councillor Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Leader. Mine's a very brief comment. I would just like to again thank all the Angus Council staff and teams and departments for everything they've done through this. And I know, speaking specifically on the education and children, families and justice departments, they've done a fantastic job, and I've tried my hardest to leave them alone, to get on with that instead of giving them all questions every day. And certainly if I have given them any questions, I've always had a very prompt response. So just really from me, and I presume from all our colleagues here, I would just like to thank everyone and all of the members of staff at Angus Council. I think you've done a phenomenal job getting us to the stage we're at. I do realise that we're not at the end of it, but again, thank you very much. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sturrock.
Thank you, Convener. My comment relates to the economic recovery plan on page 213. The damaging economic effect of the pandemic on Angus local businesses was and remains evident. And as the head of the Scottish Fiscal Commission advised, the economy will be affected for years to come. At one stage, the number of employees supported by the job retention scheme was in the order of 12,400, or approximately 26% of Angus employees. Additionally, there remains a wide range of government assistance available, and I would refer to the Invest in Angus webpage for the up-to-date information. I would like to offer my thanks to the officers of the Economic Development Team for the tremendous level of work done during this hopefully once-in-a-lifetime event. Returning to the effects on the local economy, Invest in Angus published a few days ago infographics from a COVID-19 impact survey to which 304 businesses responded, about 0.07% of Angus businesses. So just a few headlines. 79.9% said they had a negative cash flow. 84.5% experienced a loss of income. Concerns expressed for the future, 38.8% for continued viability and 37.2% for possible cessation of trading. All these concerns are made with where we are with the restrictions in force. 36.8% suggest further access to loans and other finance would aid recovery. I welcome and support the proposed measures, as we all recognise the value of a vibrant business environment is not just vital for economic gain and jobs, but also for the associated health and well-being aspect that a thriving economy provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, I would just echo along the same lines as what Councillor Vaughan was saying in regard to all the different departments within the council. I want to speak specifically about the infrastructure department, which comes under myself and Councillor Salmond. You know, as with all other services within the council, COVID-19 has been extremely challenging for the infrastructure teams. During the pandemic, as we slowly start to hopefully come out of the other side, the council has continued emergency repairs to our roads, council houses and council properties. We're now working through the backlog with other repairs. I've also been able to complete a road surface dressing programme. We've supported our transport providers with public and school transport to enable them to resume once the restrictions were lifted and the schools returned. We've also seen a significant increase in active travel with more people cycling and walking, which has also shown a reduction in road traffic. Through the Spaces for People funding and the Work of the Road Safety Member Officer Group, we've introduced 20-mile-per-hour limits and also measures to enable social distancing in our towns and villages. Looking forward, we've continued the work on our major investments. The construction of our early year centres have resumed, and we have awarded the contract for the Arbroath Flood Prevention Scheme. They're in the process of tendering for housing and general property repairs too. This gives opportunities to our local companies and the wider construction industry to help towards recovery in Angus.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Speed.
Thank you, Chair. I really just want to come back in and pick up on Councillor Durno and Councillor Hans's comments that they made and their questions with regards to kind of access office support and the concerns around vulnerable people not managing access services. These issues are great concerns for me because I've certainly had an increase in correspondence from constituents, from neighbours, from friends who know people who are struggling to get the right supports and services because of not being either digitally kind of connected or unsuccessful on our phone lines. So my ask would be that this is something that we kind of look to press quite urgently because I am really concerned that there's a lot of people that have got unmet needs and are really suffering. So I ask that we do look at it. I have been involved in various kind of workshops recently in terms of kind of COVID and poverty and inequality, and yesterday's disability forum threw up again lots of issues around people with disabilities not managing to get the right type of communication. Some people do and always will need you know, face-to-face as well. So I think it's something that we really do need to kind of put a spotlight on and act fairly quick.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, we'll move Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Councillor Fairweather. Yes, mine is comments are of thanks to. I agree with Mark Armstrong's comments earlier about us trying to be patient under these difficult times, and also just want to pick up the good comments that Councillor Speed just mentioned 1 minute ago. You know, as an organisation, I think our communications is doing well. You know, of course, it's and this is on with what we have is what I call a very complex business. I'll give you an example. I've spent 20 hours on a telephone call to Scottish Power to actually try and only get power. And what I've said to them, and you think my wrath in these meetings, I can be verbally verbally bad. I can assure you, can imagine the verbal things I've been saying after 28 hours with Scottish Power, because we do have a complex business. I've told them that, you know, I am having the problems of children not going to school. I have the problems of elderly people dying in our care homes. You know, and then we have what is my term is the core council business. And so, you know, I just want to say, like, I think all of us, you know, all officers have done an excellent job, whether it be social work, whether it be the education, or whether it be our core business. You know, I feel that councillors should be the linchpin in these situations, in these very difficult situations. And that's one of the reasons why I came into it. It's the part that I love. And some may think I don't think this is the part I actually hate. When receiving emails during the start of lockdown, I quickly learned to what I said, let's pick up the phone and chat. And then I spent the time finding out what the difficulties were and then getting the problem resolved. I learned that really quickly. Let's stop doing emails. But that is my role, to make sure the link in between the two is there, and I dealt with that. And I just want to finish off by saying I managed to deal with most of them, but at this point in time, I would like to actually thank Councillor Speed, for actually helping me out on one where I couldn't actually get the situation resolved. So I'd like to be on record thanking her personally for the help she gave me with that case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Convener. It seems very inadequate for all our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Convener. I think Brenda, Councillor Donald, hit the nail on the head here, and there's a lot of discussion this afternoon, and more to come this evening, I know. But this is really getting to the heart of the requirements of so much about council, dealing with people who really just aren't going to grasp the digital age that we are all working in. Even during this pandemic, I had to actually go down to one of my constituents' house to help him pay a fine that he had. Bearing in mind, he was talking about an 85-year-old man. He had been fined by the council, and I actually had to go down and help him do it. He was so upset by the whole thing, and how he couldn't actually, he wanted to pay, he just couldn't find the right means to pay. And this is just one example, and I think we've really got to address this. We can't live in a world where everybody is all the same and everybody all gets it because we want them to get it. They don't. So I think it is quite important that we prioritise this. And there have been a few examples this afternoon talking about dedicated phone lines or whatever. They're all good ideas. A few more suggestions could come forward, but I think I really would like us to prioritise and take this forward, please, for those who need it.
Yeah, good comments, Councillor Cheap. Thank you. Okay, is there any further comments? I would just like to add my little bit. I mean, between the sit reps, and I know the meetings that went on with the council officers, gold meetings and silver meetings, I don't think a lot of us just quite understood the work that was going on in the background. I was actually invited along, well, not along, but invited to a meeting that was chaired by the First Minister, where the First Minister did thank and congratulate Angus Council in Perth for the right response to the incident that Margot mentioned. So it has been fantastic what our staff have done, what they have achieved, how this council has kept running, and I think we should all take a sit back sometimes and say, how did that happen? Well, it happened because of the marvellous staff that we've got. Okay, I'm going to move on. You've got the recommendations. They are 1 notes, 2 approves, and 3 notes. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item agenda 12. That's recovery and resilience, the update on education recovery, the reports by Kelly McIntosh. Kelly, I don't know if you want to speak to this or if, you just want to take questions.
Thank you. I'd just like to say this is the 3rd paper that we've brought to committee, just to try and give an update of our ongoing response to COVID-19 in our schools, and especially the financial implications associated with that. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the central team, the Education and Lifelong Learning Central team, and more especially our head teachers, the managers of all of our settings, and the partner providers that help cater for our children and our young people, because they have been central to us being able to open our schools and keep them open. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. We've got Councillor Vaughan.
Thank you, Leader. I would just like to recommend this paper to my colleagues here today. I will be seconded hopefully by Councillor Speed. But again, I keep saying it, thanks must go to Kelly and her team, and to all the head teachers, the teaching staff, and of course the pupils for trying to make everything as simple as possible on the first day back to school. And it just goes to show really how well thought Angus is in everything, but certainly in education, because BBC Radio Scotland and the Deputy First Minister chose to come up to Montefieth High School on the first day of opening on the 12th, and we were all invited down there about 6:30 in the morning, to my dismay. That's the first time I've been up that early in over 5 months. But anyway, we managed to get down there. It was the day of thunder, lightning and pouring of rain, and we thought all the pupils are going to have to stand outside in the playing fields, queuing up in the rain to get in. But the sunshine came out at 10 to 9. Very, very apt for us. But again, thank you very much to Kelly and the team. But as you'll see from this report, the situations and decisions that have had to be made, and of course all the changes that we've faced coming up to July with differences in guidance on transport and the blended learning kind of situation, and all that changed towards the end, and we had to, or the education department had to change all their plans. This all has come at a cost, of course, and you'll see that in the report. Initially, we were asking for about 870,000 to cover the increase in demand for transport, or the increase in requirement for additional buses and half loads and third loads onto the buses. And it was 870,000, and that was only really for 30 odd days. That was reduced to 300,000 when the guidance was changed. It's still a substantial amount of money. You'll also see that we've had to spend about 95,000 on PPE. That's just to date. You know, all this is going to increase, and this is where I was speaking to Ian Lorimer earlier about the budgets. This is all going to have to be looked at in the year to come as well. But can I just ask for assurances, and I'm sure we'll get that from Kelly, that any increase in costs are alerted to us at the first opportunity, because these are substantial amounts of money, and it would be good for all of the children learning and the full council to be cited on these as soon as possible. But once again, just thanks very much. And I'm glad to see that all of our children and pupils have gotten back to school in a safe manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vaughan. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Mine was just a question, actually, if that's okay. It was just regarding on page, if I can take everybody to page 224 on digital inclusion on this. And I note the council was successful in getting almost, I think it was £520,000 from the Scottish Government, I guess, for capital funding for digital exclusion for children and young people, and that we purchased almost 1,400 Chromebooks and a couple of £100, sorry, a couple of hundred iPads. My question is to Kelly, just to say is, how are these distributed and how basis? And also, now that the bulk of the children are back at school, are these Chromebooks under effectively the ownership of the individual schools that have been provided them, or to the children who were given them, were they loaned to them, or how is that all dealt with, and how does that end at the end of it all?
Thank you for your question. So we do have the devices in Angus, apart from the MiFi devices, they're on their way. We asked schools right at the very beginning of lockdown which children and young people were struggling to access learning at home, and that was due to either not having access to a device or perhaps not having enough data, the family not having enough data, because that was also an issue. So we already had numbers and we had submitted them to Scottish Government. In fact, we had to make quite a few returns over the course of the summer. And then Scottish Government actually gave us enough money for more devices than we had actually accounted for. So we've gone back to schools and asked them to ascertain which children need these devices. We took 10% of the allocation that we were given for each school, and then sat as a leadership team and actually looked at deprivation in certain areas, rurality, and we moved the figures around a bit. And we have made the head teachers aware of their allocation. We've kept some back in case certain schools come back and say, I need a little bit more. And I think the really important thing is, for the second part of your question, these devices will go to children and young people. They're not to be held in school just to be used for teaching in school. Of course, some of them may be held in school if the children don't want to take them home, or if the children just want to use them in class and take them home, they can. Each child or family who is given a device will be asked to sign a parental agreement, just in the way that they already do. We do that at Brecon High School. The device will belong to them for the time that they are at school. So if they're in first year now and they're given the device, they will hold that device all the way through school until the end of 6th year. If families need a device and data, they will be given both. And I think it's really important to note that the data in the MiFi devices that we have ordered give unlimited data for a year, because we are aware that some families don't have unlimited data the way that we all may, and that they have more than one child trying to access that data, and it can be used up very quickly. So we thought that the best way to do this was not to buy something that gives 10 gigabytes a month or 20 gigabytes a month, but that actually gives unlimited data.
Great, thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on, Councillor Speed.
Thanks, Chair. I was really just coming in relation to Councillor Wan and to second the report. So I'm happy to let others go first.
Okay. I'm hoping we don't need that, but thank you, Councillor Speed. Councillor Sturrock.
Thank you, Convener. It's just a query on a report that seems to be going around, that teachers have been asked to prepare for exams being cancelled next year by ensuring they have evidence of pupil performance. Is there any truth in these reports?
Kelly?
So we haven't been given any directive by the SQA or any indication by the SQA that the examination diet may be cancelled. So the presumption is that at this time it will go ahead. I met with ADES directors this morning, and there are representatives that work with SQA and report to the National KERG, and they are awaiting a response to a paper that was submitted. I think what's really important to note is that every single year, our teachers continually assess our young people and our children. They're doing it all the time. I think people are conflating this continual assessment with what used to be called unit assessment, which was a more formal method of assessment that was part of National 5 and higher courses. And that was taken away a couple of years ago. So that wasn't available this year when teachers were submitting their estimates. But our teachers would have had other evidence for these young people, and they will have that again this year. They may be a little bit better at collecting it in and putting it in a file, rather than just looking at it and assessing it and allowing the children to keep it for revision purposes. But that would be the only difference at the moment.
Yeah, so just on that, I think it would be planning to prevent any furore that arose this year.
Absolutely.
Leader, can I come in?
Yes.
Yeah, just to answer some more on Councillor Sturrock's question. I had a meeting with COSLA 2 weeks ago at the Children and Young People's Board, and the Deputy First Minister came along, and that was a question that I actually raised with him on what is the proposals or how we're going to look at exams next year. There is no suggestion at the moment coming from SQA or him that we will be abandoning these exams next year, the sit-down exams. Now, he did stress that that would be subject to the science and any change in guidance in the future, but certainly that's the plan that they're going ahead with. However, they may delay these exams into end of May, June time to allow a bit more time. But that was the most up-to-date information I received about 2 weeks ago. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you. Just a very quick one. First of all, Kelly, thanks for the report. I don't underestimate the amount of work your team's had to deal with all the changes, and it's a great update for us. Just a very minor point on the hand sanitizer and cleansing wipes, etc. I heard there was a few teething problems in some of the schools, and also the cleansing wipes might not be the most environmentally friendly. Have the teething problems all been resolved now, and is everybody happy?
Thanks for your question. I wish everybody was happy. So there are still some issues, I'll be very honest. We were very good at getting the initial supplies into schools. Of course, we didn't know what the level of use would be, so we tried to project that forward. And supply routes were difficult to begin with for some schools. And then, so we have adapted that. We now have an online ordering system for schools, which makes it easier for our central teams to ensure that products are delivered. And we've changed some of our delivery method to make sure that deliveries are going straight to schools and not coming someplace centrally and then having to be delivered by our own staff. And we're also asking them to try and project what they will need for a term and doing bulk order and bulk delivery. And as you can imagine, everybody across Scotland is trying to do this, so there have been some issues with getting things on time. With regards the environmental impact of this, I'm really aware of this, and our schools are using a lot of wipes, and we knew that from the beginning, so we look to order sprays instead of wipes, because if you give a child a wipe to wipe the desk and there's 30 children in a class and they're moving, it soon mounts up, and the last thing we need is a mountain of wipes. So we have got sprays on order. There have been some teething issues with the sprays, but we're on top of that and we're on top of the guidance. And the other thing that environmentally has caused us a little bit of a problem is to do with the face coverings and providing face coverings to children that forget to bring them to school or just don't bring them to school. But I'm happy to say that this week we took delivery of the reusable face coverings that we ordered some weeks ago. And we only ordered in the hundreds. We didn't order thousands and thousands of them, because we do expect, and I think it's really important to stress this, we do expect children and their staff to bring their own face coverings, just in the same way they would if they were going to Tesco's or getting on a bus or going into town. And the supplies that we have in schools will be limited to those that have just forgotten them or lost them on the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, okay, Councillor Whiteside?
Yeah, thanks very much. And it's good to know that you're moving to reusable face masks, because I know that other ones have been causing littering problems. So that's really good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sturrock, your hand's still up. No, it's not. Okay, you've got the recommendations in front of you. 1 is notes, 2 notes, 3 notes, 4 notes, 5 notes, and 6 notes. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 13. Additional day of leave for council employees. Reports by Sharon Faulkner. What can I say about this one? I think all the reports that you've been listening we've been listening to in the last nearly 4 hours, over 4 hours, and it's all been about our staff and what our staff have done, what they've achieved, and how they've gone above and beyond. I've got some notes. In terms of office-based staff, we had very few who were not able to work from home, as we enabled that within a week of lockdown. In parks, we redeployed staff to support waste, given the social distancing requirements and the numbers required. Most teachers were supporting online learning and homeschooling. I'm not sure what other areas employees wouldn't either have been working either from home or working right on the front line. We had around 250 shielding, but those who could work from home continued to do that while shielding. Our staff haven't been able to enjoy the leave in the way that they normally would have done, given the restrictions. And many have gone above and beyond to ensure that services have continued to run, whether at home or on the front line. And in addition, again for information, Angus has the least holidays in comparison to other Tayside authorities. So you have the recommendation. I can't really say much more. I did ask for it to be considered. I asked others to come in and say, what else could we do? And this is the idea that came up, was to give them that extra day off. I think it's thoroughly well deserved. And I'm going to ask, I would certainly be moving that. I'm going to ask Councillor Duff to come in.
Yeah, thanks very much, convener. Yes, I'm very happy to support the motion. As you've said yourself, staff have worked incredibly hard and above and beyond the call of duty. I think this is just a very small token of appreciation from the council to its staff. To be honest, all I would say is I think it's what any good employer would do if they can afford it. And I think the council, that we've seen the costs, it's a very modest amount of money. And I am very happy to support you on this one. I think, thank you for proposing it, and we're very happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, convener. Yes, I think 1 day off extra is very little compared to the effort that our officers have put in. My only concern is in paragraph 5.1. We are talking about leave entitlement being added to 2020, so they take the day off by the end of 2020. We're on the 10th of September now. So by the time people have given notice, we're going to be into October. So you're going to try and cram it all in the last 3 months of the year. Can we not be more flexible and allow it to go to, say, for example, 30th of June next year, so that people can take the day when they get likely to have better weather, apart from anything else, but so they can plan that extra day off rather than having to fit it in somewhere.
I'm sure we'll find a way right for that, Councillor Moore. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thank you, convener. I think as most people will be aware, I planned to bring an amendment to this report today. As it is, I understand there's cross-party support. Councillor Duff has just seconded the report, so I obviously withdrew my amendment. There's no point in us wasting time on it. I think, though, to be a matter of principle, if you like, and that's something I'd like to hold myself in on these things, I really don't want to make an issue of it. Or again, ever be accused of political grandstanding, which seems to be a favourite comment at the moment. Instead, I just wish to state that I don't agree with the blanket provision of an additional day's leave for all Angus Council staff. And really that's for the following reasons. Firstly, why do we feel the need to reward all staff? Not all staff responded positively or significantly to the impacts of COVID-19. Many did, some didn't. Many undoubtedly worked over and beyond, as you've stated. Others didn't consider it their place to do that. To quote one resident who wrote to me, and my inbox was quite full after the last discussion we had on this, this resident said, "I wholeheartedly agree that many have worked hard. However, I have friends in many departments across the council, and they have said they've been much quieter and with much less workload." Secondly, I note the point made in the report that where staff absence needs covered, there could be a cost to the public purse of £46,000. While we debate and have debated this afternoon the rightly significant concern and impact on council finances in all manners as a result of COVID, can we seriously justify this spend to local constituents? Thirdly, I'm not aware of any other council in Scotland, not one, proposing such a spend as this. Why are we any different? And lastly, as I say, I did receive a lot of emails, all without exception, acknowledging positively my previous stance on this issue. So I know it's not going to make me the most favourite person across Angus Council, but it would be remiss of me, therefore, not to acknowledge these responses and thus to oppose effectively the recommendation of this report. I did question previously, to be fair, when this was mooted, how teachers and SPSAs could be accommodated within this proposal, and that has been addressed. I accept that by the early curtailment at Christmas and at summer next year. It wasn't my intent to point this finger at any one group or upset any party, believe me, in considering bringing an amendment. But at a time when the council budgets are stretched and under the worst ever pressure, how can we justify this to the Angus public? They will simply consider this as another example of council profligacy at a time when we're asking them to tighten their belts even further. And finally, I think you have to ask yourselves and be very honest, had Councillor Fairweather not raised this at an earlier meeting, would you?
Thank you. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. Thank you very much, Councillor Cheap. I'll move to Councillor Salmond.
You're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to move on to positive ground after Councillor Cheap's comments and welcome this report and thank the Leader of the Council for bringing it. And as a convener of communities, I'd like to actually give a big special thank you to our waste operatives who actually worked through lockdown and continued to empty our household bins. Did an absolutely fantastic job in supporting our communities, and I've had, and so as the Vice Convener, had nothing but compliments from all over Angus about the fantastic job that the waste operatives done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salmond. Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Salmond just beat me to that. When I was discussing in the last report about the infrastructure services, I failed to include the waste department, so I can only apologise to Mr. Ball for that. But yeah, they have done a fantastic job throughout the whole of Angus. All the operatives have worked throughout the whole pandemic and kept our streets clean. They've removed all the rubbish and everything, so I've got to commend them for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Wan.
Mine's is a very short comment, and I'm actually disappointed in Councillor Cheap's comments today. I'm kind of sitting here shaking my head a little bit about it, and I really think that, you know, after all the thanks and praise that we've heard to all of the Angus Council employees today, to actually highlight just maybe a few that maybe couldn't work through this pandemic because they've had to self-isolate or shield, whatever, and I'm kind of bewildered, and there's not many folk can say I'm speechless, but you know, I'm disappointed. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor Cheap being so open and honest. However, I do feel that just because people weren't necessarily at their work or maybe felt they weren't as busy didn't mean that they weren't experiencing challenge during this entire period. And you know, if you're trying to work from home and you're dealing with homeschooling and you're perhaps a carer for an older relative, I think the emotional, mental stress on that and trying to balance everything has a real impact on our workforce. And I don't think it's up to us to judge who was busy or busy enough or dealing with things well. I also think I think if you were to tot up all the overtime that so many of our colleagues put in to cover this, it would be way over that nominal amount of £46,000. And actually, the public service element of this is wholly priceless. You know, you literally could not pay for this kind of dedication and commitment to providing our public services. And every single officer I've dealt with while dealing with a constituent issue has been amazing. They've been not only polite and courteous, but really keen to help and to reassure me that they'll do the best they can. And I can't thank people enough for that. You cannot pay for that kind of dedication to your work, to your citizens, your community, and to your colleagues. So I honestly think everyone is worth it. If there are any colleagues who think that they maybe don't want or need that public holiday, that's a conversation to have with your line manager. But we need to recognise our staff and to value them, and this is a token, it's a tiny token. Everyone experienced this period in a different way, and we cannot judge how they experienced it and the impact it had on them and their living arrangements, their work, their mental health, their physical health. I think they deserve it.
Hear, hear, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Duff, do you want to come back in? Your hand's still up.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of follow up. I mean, taking on Councillor Cheap's comments. I mean, I know of 2 private sector companies in my ward where they gave staff a cash benefit. So I think it's what good organisations try to do, and I think the council has done what it should do, which is give staff an extra day holiday. I think it's appropriate, and I would totally endorse what Councillor Bell has said.
Thank you. Councillor Braze.
Sorry, I lost my connection there a minute. Yeah, to echo what others have said, but also in regard to Councillor Cheap's comments, I think he does raise very fair points. If that's what his constituents have been telling him, then he is of course entitled and probably has a responsibility to hear them here if he feels concerned about it. But, you know, our staff have been outstanding. I've no doubt about that. And as have staff in other councils, I'm sure, and as have staff in the private sector, I'm sure. But we don't have any influence over what they do in other councils, and we don't have any influence in what they do or don't do in the private sector. But we do have an influence over the gratitude that we can show our staff for their great efforts. And so I fully support this extra day's holiday.
Thank you, Councillor Braze. Okay, I'm just going to move on. We've got the recommendation in front of us. There's only one. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it out. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Sorry, Councillor Convener. Could I just clarify for avoidance of doubt? Does Councillor Cheap wish for his dissent to be recorded?
Councillor Cheap?
So I'm trying to unmute things. No, on the circumstances, I listened to everybody saying, I think it would just be pedantic to do that. So I was only making a comment, as was feedback from constituents, as simple as that. I think it's a matter of principle and honesty. I hope that's recognised.
Thank you, Councillor Cheap. Okay, move on. Item 14 is the Angus Integration Joint Board, the review of the integration scheme. The reports by Gail Smith. I believe Gail is with us. Perhaps Gail, if you're there, Gail, would you like to speak to this report?
Good evening, Convener and the committee. Can you hear me? I feel like I'm on the Eurovision Song Contest. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Well, I can anyway, Gail.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity as the Interim Chief Officer of the Health and Social Care Partnership to introduce this report to you this evening. The purpose of this report has been laid before you, and it's to advise the Council of the legal requirement for both the Council and the NHS to review the integration scheme. This integration scheme came into force on the 22nd of September 2016. So as you will anticipate, a number of changes were being suggested that we required to change. The government came forward and said, this integration scheme, despite being a legally binding agreement between the local authority and the health board, did not require a radical review at this stage. And I'm sure in light of your previous conversations this afternoon with regard to the impact of COVID and the further announcement today, you will totally understand the rationale for that. I think the report speaks for itself. I don't know if there's any particular questions, but I would prefer to take them rather than work through all of the report, Convener.
Thank you, Gail. Have we got any questions? Gail, I think you're going to get away lightly here. Don't start singing now. You're not on the Eurovision Song Contest. Councillor Miles.
It's not a question, it's a comment, so wait for any questions first.
Okay, Councillor Sturrock, is yours a question or a comment? No comment. Okay, we'll just go to comments. Councillor Miles.
Yes, it just shows how good this partnership is working, that the government is deciding at this stage there's no need for any radical review. So I think it's well done to all involved that they've made it work. When it was originally envisaged, they thought there'd be a lot of teething troubles and it might need a radical review after moving forward. But the people in charge have made it work, and well done to all involved.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Sturrock.
Yes, it's just a comment on Gail's opening remark about the Eurovision Song Contest. I think if I was in the jury, it would not be a nil point.
Ah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Speed.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, just thanks to Gail for this report. As everyone will be aware, the integration of health and social care has been the most significant change to health and social care services since the creation of the NHS in 1948. And although it has brought about with it complex challenges and difficulties joining the two services together, the focus has remained on its aim to improve the health and well-being of those who require health and social care services. I've witnessed in my time as chair of the IJB the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership successfully working through many of these challenges, driving change and providing more seamless services to meet people's needs. It's now crucial that we continue to build on this so that the people of Angus benefit from integration and are equipped to look after and prevent and protect their own health, as well as ensure that we equip services that can deliver high quality of care to those that rely on them. I think, as the report said, there was no need for a radical review at this stage and taking in all the challenges that COVID has brought. However, we will look to that review in the new year. I think Gail will be aware of dates and deadlines, but I certainly support the report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Just briefly, I support everything that Lois has said, and as the chair of the audit committee of the IJB, I know we get very positive feedback from both our internal and external auditors around the way we perform, the way we look at our governance, and the way that we review our clinical governance as well. And I hope that all the councillors around the table can take some comfort from that we are actually a very positive case study, if you like, in terms of IGBs across the whole of Scotland. Angus IGB does very well, and one of the key strengths around that is our relationships and how we work with others. And a lot of our outcomes, if you like, and actions aren't wholly in our gift, but we are very much on a positive trajectory around dealing with some very challenging issues that have existed historically. And I feel confident as the chair of the audit committee that things are being approached in a very positive way and good outcomes will be reached. And I particularly wanted to mention the delivery of mental health services across Angus and across Tayside, because that is one area that has really tested us. So we're on it. And I really appreciate Gail's leadership over this incredibly challenging period, and all the team that supports Gail are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. So not much more I can say there, Gail. So I think
Can I add a bit, convener, with regard to timescales? It is anticipated that a draft of a successor scheme would be available in a draft format by March 2021, and this will allow us time for consultation with the prescribed consultees. Following that period of consultation, we will hopefully have a final amended version to be produced, and we've given ourselves the timescale of 2021 for submission for approval by the Scottish Government.
Thank you, Gail. Okay, colleagues, we've got the recommendations. 1 is notes, 2 notes, 3 notes, 4 authorises, 5 notes and 6 notes. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Okay, agenda item number 15 is the Angus Development Plan Scheme for 2020. Reports by Director of Community, Stuart Ball. I believe we've got Kate Cowie here as well. You've got the recommendations. I'm going to go to questions first. Is it a question, Councillor Duff?
It's a comment, convener.
Okay, any questions first, please? No questions?
I've got a question.
Okay, Councillor Durno.
Hang on. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Councillor Durno.
Right, okay. Right, I'll just turn it up a little bit. I'm a wee bit worried about this report because obviously it was cancelled. Well, we're going to be finding out about it, and it was cancelled because the meeting was cancelled on the 19th of March. I think it's on 3.3, sorry, 3.1, the statement which said that people would be to get involved in preparing the plan. And then on 3.3, it said there's no requirement to consult, only likely to people that have an interest in it. It's quite a big deal because what happens with people that have got plans in now that are maybe on the current local development plan, and then they might not be in the new development plan. And of course, with no building taking part, well, at the moment, no big plans. What's going to happen with that? I think we should have some kind of briefing or something on this. What do you think?
No idea. We'll ask Mr. Ball and see if he's got an opinion.
Yes, I'll take that, convener. I'm quite happy to arrange a briefing, Councillor Durno.
Yeah.
Don't think that would do any harm. I think it would probably be a good idea to bring everybody up to speed on where we are with the local development plan. You're probably also aware, if you've seen further down the report, that there is new legislation in play now, and that has moved the goalpost slightly in terms of how we do local development planning. So yeah. I take on board it would probably be a good idea to organise even a virtual briefing for members. Yeah. Around exactly where we are. I'm quite happy to arrange that.
I would appreciate that because it's 9 months delay on it, and I do know that some of the people up in Aberdeen, they are working on local development plans, and it's causing a bit of a stushy up there from some villages, etc. So I'd really like to know what our take is on this, and if it's going to be anything that's bigger than what we'll have at the moment, or if it's going to be smaller than what we've got currently at the moment. So a briefing on that for us on planning, I think would be really good. If you could arrange that.
I'll certainly arrange that. I mean, the delay really is just bringing this report forward. It's essentially a work programme. So the work's continued to be ongoing in the background. This is really just a work programme for the next 12 months. So we could have brought it to a special arrangements committee, but we felt it could wait until this committee today.
Right, that's great. Thanks for that then, Stuart.
Okay. Thank you. We've got no further questions, so we'll go on to comments. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Yeah, it was really the thing that caught my eye was at the bottom of page 254 under engagement. Angus Council brought together key business interests in Montrose to discuss their aspirations for growth, a collective vision for Montrose and North Angus over the next 10 to 20 years, and what we be required to support this. And the outputs would be fed into Tay City Deal. As a local member and as also one of the council's 3 reps on the Tay City Deal joint board, I know nothing about this at all, and I just have to say I think it's pretty poor, and I'm not sure how I mean, I would have thought local members should have been involved in this to understand what people are thinking, and I don't know whether other local members have been involved. I certainly haven't been, and I find that quite disappointing.
Okay, Stuart, can you maybe comment on that?
I can't, unfortunately, Chair. And Kate Cowie isn't here today. She couldn't be here today. She's off on leave. But I will find out, Councillor Duff, and I will ask somebody to get back to you and answer that question for you.
Right. Thanks very much, Mr. Ball. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Councillor Salmond.
Sorry. Just to reassure Councillor Duff that I wasn't involved in this either. So this is not an admin versus opposition. I don't think any of the local members that I'm aware of were involved in this.
My point really is, as a local member, I can do my job better if I was to know what was going on, and you know, being presented with something in a year's time when I've not been involved in some of the discussions isn't the best way of doing things.
I would share that comment as well, Councillor Duff.
Okay, fair comments, and I'm sure the officer will come back to us on that one. Anyway, we've got the report in front of us. We've got the recommendations, 1 to note and 2 to agree. Do we agree the report?
Agreed. Leader, sorry, I think Councillor Devine had her hand up there.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see. Councillor Devine, do you want to come in?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Councillor Wan, for noticing that. I was very slow off the mark. I was just wanting to say how pleased I was to see that the PAS, I can't remember what that stands for, but it's planning group of people, have been taking workshops in schools. For me, it seems a very good way of getting children involved in citizenship and knowing how they can have their voices heard. So I would welcome further involvement in schools. I hope that's possible.
Thank you. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks, Camille. Just one part in the report referred to, I know Councillor Hands and Councillor Whiteside and I attended the event at Burke Hill as part of the start of the planning process, and there's quite a lot of engagement locally there. I didn't think particularly it was particularly well done, to be frank. I think people when they were there were a bit confused as to what they were being asked to do, as to what they expected themselves to do. So I just think, you know, we might feed that back to Kate and the team that maybe needs a bit of a relook before it's kind of relaunched again as the next stage of the LDP.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cheap. Okay, as I've said, you've seen the recommendation. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Sorry, Convener, can we just have a few moments while Councillor Devine and Councillor Duff leave the meeting and go into the lobby for item 16?
Yes, of course.
Councillor Devine and Duff have been moved to the waiting room.
Okay. Agenda 16, the Angus Alive update, the reports by Vivian Smith. I also understand that the Chief Executive of Angus Alive, Kirsty Hunter, is present. I'm just going to remind the members that they are not to discuss the content of the appendix, as that is in private. Okay, Vivian, do you want to speak to this report? We lost Vivian.
She doesn't appear to be in the meeting at all.
No. Okay.
Vivian's dealing with a personal issue just now. I think she's possibly had to go off the call to deal with that. I'm guessing that she may be back, but also maybe dealing with an emergency. I'm sorry, I can't say any more.
Okay, that's right. That's fine. Thank you for that, Margot. We do have Kirsty Hunter here. Perhaps Kirsty would be open to questions. Has anybody got any questions for Kirsty? Is Kirsty there?
Yeah, hi there.
Hiya, Kirsty.
Happy.
Macmillan Douglas.
I think you're on mute, Councillor Macmillan Douglas.
Yeah, he's good at that.
Yeah, thank you. This may be a question for Mr. Lorimer if he's still around, rather than Kirsty, but under recommendations 1.1 little 8, to agree to progress the Angus Alive transformation project, etc., etc. I had understood that we did not agree, well, we agreed to progress, but any recommendation would come back to this council before it was accepted. Now, I'm not clear that these words actually say that, but I would just like a clarity that that is the intention.
Ian, can you help with that?
Yes. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think certainly the intention from the report was to say that any changes, both in terms of the interim changes to the specification up to 31st of March, anything in terms of an operational requirement or something more significant would come back to council for agreement. I think the report also mentions that there's an intention between now and the end of the financial year to bring an update report to every meeting of Angus Council. So that would give us the opportunity to pick up any proposals around that. So I hope that clarifies.
I rely on your words completely, Mr. Lorimer, but I'm not sure that's what that says. But as long as we all understand it.
I think Councillor McMillan Douglas is possibly still on mute.
Oh, bloody hell, say yes. Yes, sorry. No, I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not on mute. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As long as we understand as what we're voting for, the assurance given by Mr. Lorimer, then that's fine by me. If there's any disagreement about that, I think we should perhaps clarify it before we vote.
Let me just have a minute, please.
Convener, just to let you know that Vivian's back into the meeting if you wish to ask Vivian questions.
Okay.
Okay. Shall I just continue? Shall I just continue and ask that question?
Yes.
Vivian, sorry to land this on you as soon as you come back into the meeting, but we're on to Angus Alive, number 16 agenda item, recommendations 1(8). I just wanted to clarify, and I think Ian Lorimer has clarified, that those words mean that any recommendation will come back to this council and be agreed by this council before it is implemented.
Yes, I can clarify that. Apologies, convener, for I was kicked out just at the point this report was coming forward. So my apologies for that, but yes, I can confirm that.
And just also a little bit further up on 1.1(5), agree that from lockdown through the current recovery phases up to 31st of March 21, the council will not reduce the council management fee agreed. I'm not sure which that report is, 8120, but I thought that that money was being held by the council until such time as Angus Alive needed it.
So through you, convener, Councillor McMillan Douglas, obviously the report that was considered earlier today gave clarity to that, and I'm sure Angus Alive will be very supportive of, or they will certainly welcome that decision that was made earlier today, yes. Councillor McMillan Douglas. So I think that helps to clarify the position.
It does. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Braden Davey.
Thank you, and thanks for coming on the call to answer questions. It was just on specifically, I think, 4.43, and it was obviously about the shared space with the schools. And I'm just wondering, obviously, with the schools being back a wee bit now, if there's any indication or feeling as how that's progressing, whether you're seeing a material impact on the space remaining or whether it's gone better than you sort of expected.
So there's been a lot of discussion between Angus Alive and school colleagues, and Kirsty's actually on the call today. So convener, would you be happy for Kirsty to answer that question?
Yep. Okay, thank you. just to confirm that there's been good dialogue between schools and learning colleagues and Angus Alive colleagues, and we've been able to progress to a situation where across the shared facilities, which is a combination of dual use sites and also our campus facilities, that those we now have a solution that's been put in place to make a workable alternative to ensure that there is separation of our young people and our communities accessing the different spaces within the buildings. Obviously, out with school hours, it's much easier because our young people aren't in those spaces from a school perspective. And we've worked really closely with head teachers to make sure that there's a suitable alternative put in place. So our customers might have to go in through a different entrance to the one that they would potentially normally expect to, but we've got signage that will be in place to help guide them and make sure that it's still a welcoming experience.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thank you. This is not, I'm not proposing this, just so you know. I'm trying to throw a ball in the air. Kirsty and Vivian on this, from looking at an options appraisal side of Angus Alive going forward, and reading through the report in detail, it just sounds extremely rocky going forward. I think we can all get that. And I think I'm just trying to think, from looking at an options appraisal, has any consideration given, and I repeat, I am not advocating this, or to the idea of Angus Alive is responsible for, as well as the sports, but for cultural, for museums and libraries, etc., which really can't be replicated elsewhere. Sports facilities can, through, there are so many other alternatives to use other than, I would say, former Angus Council sites for sports services. Is there any part of an appraisal or options that we'll look at to see what would be the impact of coming out of that side of the service we provide and focusing entirely on the cultural side of things, on museums and libraries, because of the fact that there is alternatives out there to what we deliver through Angus Alive for sports and leisure. As I say, I'm not advocating it, but I think if you look at an options appraisal, you have to look at all options. And because this is a pretty hazardous financial journey ahead of us with Angus Alive, I would have thought that would be something that we should be looking at from an options appraisal approach.
Yeah, there's clearly big issues that we need to look at across the board in relation to all of the financial information that you have before you in this report, and we need to detail that as we bring more reports forward. But you will have noted that 88% of the income for Angus Alive comes through its leisure activities, and so that offsets quite a lot of the other services, because most of the costs go on staff across other services as well, and that's matched with our management fee. Councillor Cheap, what we would hope to do is next time bring forward the detailed financial information that would help us to begin to understand what are the options that we need to move towards. We've also undertaken as officers a couple of rapid improvement events and coming up with some thoughts and ideas, because like the council, when we had to make savings, part of that is about also looking at opportunities. It's not necessarily just about cuts, it's about how do you deliver things differently in the future. And very much we will bring those proposals, information, detail to you as we move through the next several months.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's just the fact that it's good to have that information and have it looked at thoroughly, so that you can, if that's just a non-starter, then at least it's pushed aside and you've addressed it. And again, for audit purposes, we can say that has been looked at, and it's not the right approach to go forward. But just assume that we shouldn't be doing that, clearly.
We'll certainly look at all the options.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Convener. I'm looking at section 5.2 libraries on page 269. And the new click and collect service, I presume, was Arbroath, Forfar, Carnoustie and Montrose during July and August. And then it says it'll be also delivered from Brechin, Monifieth and Kirriemuir starting September. Has that started? And do we have any indication yet as to when the rural services will go out? Because that is going to help a lot of people who are socially isolated, who can't get into the libraries because they can't get into the towns.
Yeah, Councillor Moore, I think that Angus Alive has been really quite innovative in their thinking around the click and collect service, which is a new provision to enable still some services to go ahead. I'll ask Kirsty to answer on the detail of that, please.
Yeah, thanks, Vivian. So in terms of the services in Monifieth and also in Kirriemuir, those have started now. Operation of the click and collect service, and the final site, which is Brechin, will be starting next week on Tuesday. With regards to our home delivery and also the rural delivery service, or the rural service, which is the mobile libraries, those would be looking to recommence at the start of November.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Convener. Obviously, I fully appreciate the financial situation that we're dealing with here, and my point and my question, I guess, links in with Councillor Cheap's. The paper, and I guess needs must, focuses really strongly on the finance and the economics of the situation. But I'm really keen that we make sure that any reports that we see link in to, I guess, the public health outcomes that we're seeking to achieve and the ambitions in the council plan. I'm really fearful that we'll lose sight of how important connecting with nature, physical activity, mental health and well-being, and access to cultural diversity are to our general well-being, and we want to maximise inclusion and reduce inequalities. So I'm really keen to know what is the cost or the benefit to the health of our population of the decisions that we're being asked to make. And I'm sure, I'm absolutely sure that these things are discussed as well at the Angus Alive board discussions. But I would really ask that those elements are incorporated into papers that we see at council. Ian Lorimer preempted me. I was going to ask how often were we going to get updates on this, and I think that's really important, because we've talked a lot about COVID today. I really fear the widening of the gap between the well-off and the poorest among us. I fear the continued distancing between our natural environment and our communities, and we see that happening with the way people are using our natural environment at the weekend. And I do fear the loss of windows to other worlds that is offered by libraries, theatres and museums. These are all important things for our overall health, well-being and resilience. And could you please match that up to any option appraisal or any decisions that are being made, because I think that is hugely important. It's not just about money, it's about problem solving to maintain or to be creative about how we deliver those things, perhaps in a different way. And I would also ask us to consider how we engage with our communities around these conversations, because it's really important that we do that. And I would like to know more about how that will be managed. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bell. You're absolutely right about the importance of the services that are provided, and I think some of the decisions taken earlier today in the finance report actually shows the commitment of the council to continue to work with Angus Alive and support those services. There is reference in the report to wellbeing and health and the connects in relation to community planning, but possibly not emphasised enough in relation to the financial aspects in this report. I was alluding to thinking about opportunities as well when we bring forward future reports to you. And I know this report outlines some of the thinking about possibly boot camps in being a new kind of service that will be provided from the country parks, for an example. So I think it's being as creative as possible for these arts, creative, culture and leisure services. So your points are absolutely well made.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salmond.
Yes, thanks, Convener. I just wanted to drill down into the comments, or the question probably, that Councillor McMillan Douglas asked about the decision making here. And I appreciate, as the convener, you did say that this would be minuted. Before we agree the report, I would like to understand what is actually being minuted, because I'm obviously conscious of, or I'm keen that it's the elected members that make the decisions about any service changes between now and the 31st of March 21, and it's not delegated to officers. I think it's extremely important that the elected members make these decisions. So I want to understand where in the report it's actually saying that elected members are going to make it, and if it doesn't, how it's going to be minuted, so that everybody's clear that this will come back to council to make the decision.
Yeah, so the report mentions that we will bring forward reports to every council meeting for decisions, and also variations to the service level agreement with Angus Alive. I'm sorry, I've lost the report when I was thrown out there earlier, but there is a paragraph there that I can find within the report when I get it up again, Councillor Salmond. But it's absolutely there. The only sorry.
6.6. Some of your colleagues have given me a message to tell me it's Paro 6.6.
Thank you.
So thank you to that officer that's just supplied that information.
What I would say is that there is a delegated authority request in the report for the Director of Finance to enable some cash flow decisions to be taken, and that wouldn't necessarily, if you approve the report, that you would be agreeing to that.
Thank you. Can I just understand what was going to be minuted? I think the convener indicated that there would be something we put in the minute. So maybe before we agree the report, we can understand how it's going to be minuted.
It was the question that Angus McMillan Douglas had asked.
Yes, so I would suggest it's minuted that we will bring forward a report to every council committee for a decision on moving toward, or not moving towards, a decision in relation to any variations to the contract with Angus Alive, which is similar to the wording that's in the report.
Thank you.
Angus, did you want to come back?
I did, if I may, convener. Firstly, I completely agree with Councillor Salmond, and Vivian Smith and I did actually agree some words, but the trouble is I can't now find them. But whatever those words were, Vivian, they met Councillor Salmond and my misgivings completely. It basically is that all substantive decisions will be taken by the council, by elected members.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that was agreed. The second thing I would just, I'm in an agreeing mood today. I would like to agree very much with Councillor Bell, because we've discussed in the past with Angus Alive, and Kirsty and her board have been very receptive to this, how she can work with the integrated joint board, how she can provide slightly more economically, or slightly lower prices for exercise for young people, for example, who haven't who come from backgrounds that doesn't even easily allow them to pay the full fees. And I do very much think that while we have a public service here, then it should carry out public service functions. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Braze.
Right, sorry. Yes, thanks. I certainly don't want to sound parochial, and certainly not at this time in the evening as we go into hour 6 of this meeting. But I will be asked, and I am being asked, why is Brechin always last? And I have to give a response. You know, we were about the last to get a recycling centre reopened, and the library are last. So I would be grateful if you could send me some further information as to how the decisions are made as to who gets their facilities open first, so to have answers to these questions. That would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Braze, I wouldn't be able to provide you with answers to all services, but what I would say in relation to the library service, it's a phased opening return, and Brechin wasn't singled out in that. It's one of the smaller libraries, is my understanding. There are 3, Brechin being one, and there is more need to be thinking about the health implications around those smaller facilities. But Kirsty may have further information on that. It wasn't about, you know.
I'd be quite happy for just to do it by email. I don't want to hinder everyone. But I
Thank
will be
you.
asked. I need to have an answer. Thank you.
Sorry about this. I was just saying before item 17, the exclusion of the public and press, Councillor Braden Davey had asked that item 20 be held in public on white paper. I took advice from Jackie Buchanan, and she is going to give us advice on why it should be on green, and she wants that to be in private. So if we can agree that, can I also agree with you that 18, 19 and 21 reports also be taken as exempt? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
And right, so number 17 on the agenda is the possible exclusion of public and press. The council will be asked to consider in terms of standing order 27.2 whether the public and press should be excluded during the consideration of the following items, so as to avoid disclosure of information which is exempt in part 1 of Schedule 7A to the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Devine and Councillor Duff will have to leave the meeting again.
Okay, right.
Okay, bye. The buttons are working.
That's them both out of the meeting.
Okay, we'll go to item 18. It's the Angus Alive update again. It's just for noting.
Lumgear, I've sent a link to you for the Teams meeting.
I see. So I'll go back and get that where I get my emails.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Chair, it's over to you now in terms of the decision whether to take item 20 as an exempt report.
Okay, you heard Mr. Buchanan there, fairly straightforward. Do we agree that item 20 will be an exempt report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the Teams meeting now. So I will stop recording this one, and hopefully I'll see you shortly.
Okay.
Thank you.